Okay, I think we're good. Testing, testing. Okay, I think we're good. Testing, testing. Does that sound okay? Does that sound okay? I don't know. All right, let's just get into it here. Let's see. Does that sound better? All right, let's just get into it here. Does that sound better? All right. We're just going to go with it. Looks like audio is a bit of an issue, but we're going to get going here and get into our live severe weather and ongoing tornado outbreak coverage here this afternoon. Alright, let me set up the streaming information and then we are going to get right into the tour of the radar here. Okay. Let's update the thumbnail and then we're going to be good to go here. All right. Sorry for the little bit of a scrambly start here to the web stream here. We just had to quickly get everything set up and a little bit of an audio issue with the microphone, but I think we're working now. So we should be good to go. Let me know in the chat if you got any microphone issues, but if not, we're going to get going here. It's busy already. We're going to get into the stream here in just a second. And I will give you a radar tour here. The traffic cam right now that you see is out of the north side of Oklahoma City. That's I-35 and 2nd Street. No severe weather in that area, but we're expecting it to get busy in the I-35 corridor here in a matter of minutes. All right, I gotta get the chair set up here because we're in for the long haul with this one. So as we left off yesterday's stream, and I was suspicious of this area here being upgraded to a moderate risk that in fact did happen earlier this morning here. We have a 4 out of 5 in the Storm Prediction Center Severe Weather Index. This is for southeastern Kansas in the Wichita area and points south and east. Oklahoma City, much of central and eastern Oklahoma, North Texas along the Red River, north and west, especially of the Dallas-Fort Worth area, just a little bit into southwest Missouri around the Joplin area and the I-49 corridor. It also touches just the furthest northwest corner of Arkansas. That is a tornado-driven moderate risk for long track, possibly severe to violent tornadoes, significant to violent tornadoes, as well as large hail and 75-mile-an-hour winds are some of the primary hazards in here. So we're expecting an all hazards day, and it's already quickly becoming an all hazards day. We have tornado warnings actually going off while I'm talking about this, so we can dive into the overall meteorology maybe later here in the stream. We have a larger enhanced risk that covers everything, part of the area that was hit with the tornado outbreak last night. That includes the Des Moines, just south of Omaha areas, southern Iowa, much of Kansas City area, northwest Missouri, even into central Missouri, and all the way a little bit into western Illinois. So some areas that didn't see a lot of severe weather yesterday in Missouri and southeastern Iowa, western Illinois, also in a enhanced risk today. And then we have a larger risk for severe weather that even goes up towards the UP of Michigan. Much of lower Michigan is in a slight and risk, and then all the way down to the Rio Grande, down west of San Antonio. So very, very busy day so far. We're going to start here at the top. We'll start at the... Let me get the outlook cleared away, and then we're going to start here with our northern storms in the Kansas City area. Right now, the severe weather has been south of Des Moines, so that's nice to see that some of the severe weather has not moved into that part of the country so far. We have a tornado warning here. This is ongoing in southeastern Nottoway County here in northwest Missouri. This is for golf ball size hail and a tornado here. This is headed up between Maryville, Conception Junction, Stanberry, Guilford, Bernard, Arco, Ravenwood, and then coming up towards Parnell and Gentry here in Missouri. We can take a look and see the rotation here south of Maryville, headed up towards the Conception Junction and Ravenwood areas. Severe storms behind that with large hail and damaging winds. We have another radar indicated tornado. This is for the areas in northwest Kansas around Hiawatha and Patagonia and Reserve. Earlier, the storms that are now up here in the Maryville area had some confirmed tornadoes by emergency management. So already a busy day in northeast Kansas. Watching the storm here behind it, it's not warned right now, but it's showing a little bit of broad rotation. This is near the Seneca area and just east. Wouldn't be surprised to see a warning come out of that in a little bit. So that's what's going on right now in northeast Kansas and extreme northwest Missouri. Right now, not into the Kansas City area. Further south, areas on the east side of Wichita, a lot of severe weather here. This is coming up towards Osage City and Emporia with 60-mile-an-hour winds and some small hail. But it's south of Wichita, southeast of Wichita, that we've had an ongoing observed tornado. This is in the area here coming towards Cambridge, Granola, Burden, Cedar Val for an observed tornado. And we can see that here coming up towards the Dexter, Kansas area. Dexter, Kansas needs to be in your tornado safe space here, as we have some pretty strong rotation coming up your way here. This is moving northeast towards Dexter. It's going to come over towards Hoosier, Cloverdale, Granola, Grand Summit, Cambridge, and maybe just east of the Burden area. And that is an ongoing tornado. Let's see if we can see any CC. CC's a little messy in here. It may just be a radar step behind. Either way, that's a damaging storm coming up your way towards Dexter, Hoosier, Cloverdale. Down south towards Cedarvale, there's a couple spins in this cluster here that we have to watch out for. So tornado warning there coming up towards Cedarvale. And if that holds together, also Cloverdale and eventually Sedan in southern Kansas. We have a long line of storms near Pond Creek. This area has been hit actually pretty hard. This morning had some tornado warnings around the Pond Creek area. This is in Oklahoma now. Along the I-35 corridor, Pond Creek, Medford, Lamont, Blackwell, and Billings are all in this here in northern Oklahoma, north central Oklahoma. It's a long line of damaging winds, but there's also tornado possible tags. There's certainly some rotation in these storms, especially on the leading edge. So kind of within clusters of supercells here, there's a bit of a QLCS developing in here with a damaging wind threat. You can see a bit of a comma head here. We'll have to watch out for that, as well as a bookend vortex could be forming. And so there's that mess right there coming along the I-35 corridor. That same area has already had 1-inch hail, up to close to 2-inch hail. And then south of Ponca City, we have another observed tornado. In this storm here near Morrison, coming up between Morrison, Pawnee, Marlin, Fairfax, here in north central Oklahoma. This is north of the Stillwater area. You can see it actually had a pretty good rotation down here by Stillwater and points north of that. That is moving more north-northeast. It's not as impressive right now as it was just a few minutes ago, but by Stillwater, you can see here it's a really nice, well-defined supercell with the inflow notch and a little bit of a stinger here on the back side. And that rotation has broadened a little bit, but it's still in here now up by Morrison and Bill's Corner. So next in line for this is going to be areas between Marland and Red Rock and Ralston and Fairfax. If you're in that area, I don't see a lot of cities in here or towns, so that is one good thing. But this is coming up here at Morrison and points north and east along 412, 177, Oklahoma 15. If you're north of that Morrison, Oklahoma area, you guys need to be taking your tornado safety precautions. This was a weather spotter confirmed tornado 4 miles west of Morrison, so it's likely still in there. Even though we're not seeing a ton of rotation at the moment, it still could be in here. And not up there she is, I think. That is your debris ball right there. So not seeing a ton of rotation, which is a little weird, but we are seeing right there in that notch, and that correlates with the ongoing debris ball. So it looks like we do have an ongoing tornado here just west of Morrison, Oklahoma. This is in the Bill's Corner and Pete's Corner area. Out ahead of this along US 177 and US 412. You guys need to be taking your tornado safety precautions. That's lowest into your room in a storm shelter or basement is preferred. But if you don't have a storm shelter or basement, you at least need to be in lowest into your room. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. That tends to be a hall closet, a bathroom, sometimes a laundry room, something that's in your house, in the center of the house, with as many walls between you and the outside. If you have a basement or a storm shelter, I know a lot of storm shelters in Oklahoma, so that's one good thing here is we're dealing with an area that the population is generally prepared for severe weather, especially in the springtime here. Hopefully you guys can get to your storm shelter or basement. This is quickly moving northeast at 45. Looks like it's going to probably just go west of the town of Morrison, but Morrison, you need to be in your safe space here. Let's let this storm pass and get out of your way here, as we do have a strong tornado coming up. Let's see here. 1 mile west of US 177. That is a law enforcement spot here, and it looks like it is still on the ground as it's lifting up here near Morrison. So, dangerous tornado here. Let's see, we can see it. Looks like it started actually around that spot, and then it's now lifting up this way here, just along 177 and US 64 here near Bill's Corner. This is quickly coming up here now west of Morrison. It's going to keep riding along 177. Let's see if we can get a track on this north and east at 45. Again, I'm not seeing a lot of towns in this area, so that's one good thing, but there are people that live out here. It's quickly approaching Watchorn. So if you're in the Watchorn area, you have 10 minutes or less, really. This is quickly moving northeast here. Yeah, that's north, moving basically north, just a little east of north at 45. So here it is right here, and this little notch. So again, the storm doesn't look quite as structured as it did a few minutes ago, but we still have the warm moist inflow coming in over Morrison here, inflow clearing in this little slot, and then your tornado, it's not a super hook like we've seen yesterday, but your tornado sitting in here with the outflow coming around like this. So it still has some pretty good structure. Not seeing it as much on the radar presentation, but it's still in here, and that's coming up here now closer to 177 and 412. That's going to be your next area here. Here's Watchorn, so you got about 5 minutes or less in Watchorn, and then again riding up along 177 and points north of that. I would stay with that a little longer since it's a confirmed tornado, but we have other tornado warnings going off. We have a tornado warning now west of Oklahoma City. And this is going to be for the areas around Eakley, Binger, Lukaba, and up towards Hinton, Oklahoma, and Bridgeport, Oklahoma. This is a radar-indicated tornado. Looks like it's going to be sitting down in here just southwest of Eakley and along Oklahoma 58 and Oklahoma 152. That is going to be coming up northeast towards Eakley, towards Binger, towards Hinton. Yeah, you can see rotation has really picked up on that here over the last couple scans. So a pretty powerful rotation signature starting to pick up in that. That's concerning. That is going to be coming up towards Eakley, Oklahoma. Thanks to those joining the chat and joining the stream. Let's see, what did they... All the storms today, besides tornadoes, are likely going to have large hail damaging wind threats. So we'll try and highlight those when we can, but it looks like the MO of the day is going to be at least golf ball size hail, and then damaging winds are also possible. This is going to be up near Alfalfa, Oklahoma, moving northeast at 35. So let's track that out. Let's track that out northeast at 35. I'll put it at the leading edge of the mezzo. Eakley, you got 3 minutes or less. Eakley, it's basically on top of you now. You need to be in your tornado safe space. Sickles in about 10 to 15 minutes. Lukaba in about 20 minutes. And Niles, Oklahoma in about 30 to 35 minutes. If it continues on that track, it's going to be in the area here west of El Reno along 40 in about 35 to 40 minutes. The tornado community is certainly aware of this area here around El Reno. Certainly a lot of history in that area of Oklahoma. So we're going to continue watching that storm. That puts it, let's see, it's 3:41 right now. That puts it in Hinton in about 4:05. So a little bit of time to get to your safe space. You can walk swiftly. You don't have to run. But it's time to get into your tornado safe space here if you're along US 281, Hinton, Lukaba, and Binger, Oklahoma. We have more warnings going off here in Texas. This storm here is approaching Seymour, Texas. This one has a really sharp hook on it here, just north of Monday and Goree. This is moving northeast towards Seymour. You can see again the hook and then outflow here, cool air behind it. You got a big hail core developing. This has about 4-inch hail. That's softball size. Let's see. Yeah, if I'm remembering my hail sizes, I think 4 inches about softball size hail. So that's a life-threatening situation on its own. This is also being warned for a PDS, extremely large and dangerous tornado here. So this is on the ground. Interesting, not seeing a, kind of like the other tornado that's confirmed, not showing like a super bright couplet here. Come on. Hold on, Radar Omega is giving me an update here. Let's see. There's so many tornado warnings right now. It's crashing the system here. Okay, well, that's a good look at it. So this is a well-defined supercell. You can see it here with the hail core on the one side, and then it's got a really good hook echo, really pronounced here, just on the north side of Goree along 277. If you're west of Seymour, between 82 and 277, you definitely need to be in your tornado safe space. We can see the CC drop on this as it comes across here north of Goree in this area right here. And interesting what I was saying earlier. Okay, there it's picked up a little bit. It had a bit of a... See, it doesn't look as impressive there in that one scan. But that may be a glitched out scan, because here it's a pretty impressive signature. And then here it's actually a more impressive signature. So we're seeing it here north of Goree. If you're in Goree, you need to be in your safe space. This is approaching eventually the Seymour area. So Seymour, I'd say even if you're just outside of the warning, technically, you're going to want to take your tornado safety precautions and get to your lowest level into your room. That is a dangerous supercell here coming towards Seymour. We have another one up here that's gone tornado warned for a radar indicated tornado. This is north and west of Wichita Falls, coming up towards Electra, Texas. The Red River is right here, so this is going to be crossing into Oklahoma here in a few minutes. But this is a pretty dangerous supercell here as well. And taking a look at velocity, it's definitely picking up here near Grayback, along Texas 1763 up towards Harold, Haynesville, and Electra. You guys all need to be in your safe space, as well as points north and west of those locations. Towards Oka Union, Elliott, and those areas there, basically between Electra and Vernon along US 70. This is going to be moving northeast here. Again, it's coming towards the Red River. You can see just a few scans ago, it had a pretty nice structure to it, but the mesocyclone wasn't very strong here. It just had a little bit of weak broad rotation. You can really see, though, that's been developing here over the last couple scans. And we now have a decently tight area of rotation here coming up just between Grayback and Harold. You guys need to definitely be in your tornado safe space. That's going to be moving towards Haynesville, Elliott, and Electra, Texas here in the next few minutes. Overall, we got 10 severe thunderstorm warnings. We have 8 tornado warnings right now. And at least a few of these tornado warnings are a PDS warning. I believe the one in Kansas, or not PDS warning, but a PDS watch. Let's take a tour again. This is one of those severe weather days too that we're going to have a lot of weather in a lot of parts of the country. And actually, before I do forget, we are expecting isolated severe weather up here in northern Michigan and Wisconsin and northern Illinois. Likely the main threat up here is going to be damaging winds and hail, although couldn't rule out some tornadic activity, especially up here in northern Illinois and Wisconsin. Right now, all is fairly quiet. We do have a pretty strong storm near Rockford, and you can see here just about an hour ago, not even actually, about 35 minutes ago, there wasn't much going on here. Just a couple of thunder showers out along US 20. And quickly here, you can see this line of now showers and storms developing from Dubuque up towards the Milwaukee area. And then another kind of cluster here along US 20, just riding the Illinois-Wisconsin state line. So we're going to have to watch this area. These are upscaling thunderstorms along a boundary. This is part of this area in the severe threat is actually for the low pressure system that caused all the tornadoes in Nebraska and Iowa yesterday. That is actually moving through the upper Great Lakes. Not as deep of a low pressure system as it was yesterday. It kind of bottomed out yesterday here in Nebraska as it came out of the Rockies. It's weaker now, so that's why the severe threat isn't as notable in the Great Lakes, but it's still strong enough that there's energy up in here that can spark some thunderstorms. So we're looking for that later today. Southeast of Des Moines, this is towards Pella and Monroe. Had a tornado in that area yesterday in the Monroe area up towards Reasoner. You guys are in a severe thunderstorm. 1.5 inch hail, 60 mile an hour winds. That is in an area near the Pella Municipal Airport, moving northeast at 25. $half size hail, 60 mile an hour winds. As that holds together, it's going to come up towards Montezuma, Searsboro, Lionville, and Sully, New Sharon, and Pella. Pella, this is likely just going to go north of you guys. You can see here the hail core is definitely picking up in this storm. It's going to be sliding over towards Searsboro and Linville and Sully. I am watching a bit of some inflow clearing right there, and you can see there is a notch starting to develop, so we're going to have to watch this area right in here for rotation, and there is some right in here. I'll clear that out. It's a bit broad and a bit weak right now, but if that does pick up, could have another tornado warning coming out in this area here in Iowa. Definitely, if you're out ahead of this, if you can get to an interior room away from windows and then be ready to have your tornado action plan active, that's always helpful. If you're up on second or third floor and you have to get all the way down to the basement or storm shelter as soon as there's a tornado warning, that creates a little bit of chaos. If you're already on, say, the main floor in your living room, and then all you have to do is open up your basement door and go downstairs, that's a lot easier to deal with. So, especially if you're out here, Sully, Linville, Searsboro, New Sharon, I would suggest being into your room, away from windows, especially with the, even without a tornado potential here, you got the damaging hail and 60 mile an hour winds. That can create its own problems, but there is a little rotation in here between Pella and Sully that if that picks up, that could warrant a tornado warning. If that does, it'd probably be headed south of those towns, Sully, Linville, Searsboro, and more towards the New Sharon area. Bunch of strong storms, but none are severe warned right now. So getting back down to our Maryville storm, rotation in here between Ravenwood, Conception Junction, headed over towards Gentry, Worth, Stanberry, Parnell. All need to be in your tornado safe space here. Looks like some very large hail with that storm as well. Good news is the storm that was near Hiawatha is now not warned. So a bit quiet for now here in our northern tornado watch. Storms are not severe right now coming into Topeka. And then all the way down 35 to the Wichita area. But strong storms still ongoing here. Now south and east of Wichita up towards Cambridge and Granola. This is a pretty strong but a little bit broad at the moment rotation. So not being warned for a tornado on the ground, but this could easily tighten back up and produce another tornado. If you're up here, Grand Summit, south and east of Cambridge, in the Cloverdale area, and then up towards Granola. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space. If this gets extended out, you need to start thinking again about where you're going to go if you're up here in Howard or Moline in Kansas. That's a dangerous storm. It's probably cycling right now, so I would get ready to be in your safe space here. This is likely going to get extended out probably towards Howard, Moline, maybe Elk Falls, and certainly the Granola area. You can see it is getting some decent inflow. It's a little bit outflow dominant right now, but if that tightens back up, which it could easily do, that would be coming up towards Granola, Moline, and Howard eventually. So would not be shocked here to get an extension. Tornado indicated still in the Cedar Val area. Actually, rotation picking up here south of Hoosier between Maple City and Cedar Val. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space in Ewens, Cedar Val, Cloverdale, and then eventually over towards the Sedan, Kansas area. This is just north of the Oklahoma and Kansas state line here, so this is now into Kansas from Oklahoma. Cedar Val, that is a tightening circulation, so definitely be in your tornado safe space here along 166 between Vinton, Cedar Val, and Sedan in Kansas here. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a new confirmed tornado out of that here. It's starting to tighten up pretty good. This is a cell here watching some rotation near Kildare and Newkirk. And a smaller cell, but it's starting to wrap up pretty tight, so watch out for that one. That is lifting up here near Kildare. And yeah, the last couple scans have showed some tightening rotation here between Newkirk and Kildare. If you're up in this warning, I would take your tornado safety measures here. Because you have also a strong line of damaging thunderstorms. There's some embedded rotations in this line coming up right along I-60 or 35, Brahman, Sumter, Blackwell, Greenville, Peckham, Tyner, Tonkawa, north sides of Ponca City. All I would suggest being interior room. Large hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds with those. Our storm north of Morrison is down to just radar indicated. Yeah, not seeing the CC drop like we saw earlier. So a good sign that that tornado has lifted as it's come north and west of Morrison. You can see here, had a pretty good debris ball with it for a while. That's lifted as it's come across 412 and 177. And yeah, not seeing that debris signature with that storm. Still showing a bit of a hook down in here and a little bit of rotation still in there, so this could tighten back up and drop another tornado as it comes up towards Burbank, Schlichter, Webb City, Fairfax, Ralston, probably staying east of Ponca City right now. But especially if you're east of Ponca City, Caw City, Burbank, and up towards Webb City, just be watching this storm here as it's coming out of the Morrison area. Easily could tighten that back up. Busy day already. This is a busy day already. Want to get down to our storm along the Red River. We'll continue kind of working these north to south and just keep updating you on these. This is coming up towards the Hinton, Texas area and quickly approaching the Red River. Or no, this is our storm, sorry, El Reno. This is in Eakley, Oklahoma here, coming up towards Hinton, Oklahoma, with a pretty strong rotation signature showing up now between Eakley and Hinton. If you're in Eakley, if you're in Binger, you guys are out of the tornado warning, and Colony over here, you guys can come out of your tornado safe space. This is now a problem headed up towards Hinton right now. Lookabee, be in your tornado safe space as well as Hinton. And areas along I-40 near the Bridgeport area, you guys are going to be in your tornado safe space here. It looks like rotation is picking up pretty good here, coming up towards the Hinton area. And let's see if we got anything on the ground right now. Hard to tell with that scan. It's probably just inflow clearing. I think it's just inflow contamination right now. But that is some decently tight rotation right in this area here. Yeah, not seeing the CC drop at the moment. That doesn't mean there's not a tornado on the ground, though. It could easily be, we'll have to wait for that reflectivity to update. But could be a tornado on the ground. It's just not picking up the debris high enough that the radar sees it. This is the storm that I was talking about earlier. This is a confirmed tornado now. We saw the rotation picking up as it came across near Grayback or Grayback. This is quickly coming up towards Harold, Texas. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space here. Haynesville, Harold, Elliott, Oka Union, and Electra, Texas. All please be in your tornado safe space. We have a confirmed tornado. Looks like it's right down in here. That's quickly coming up towards the Harold, Texas area here. So especially if you're in Harold, Texas, you need to be in your tornado safe space along 287, that's US 287, from Electra over to Oka Union. And then everybody north and east of that 287 corridor definitely needs to be in your tornado safe space. As another one, there's been a couple here today just looking at that. They haven't showed the best presentation on the velocity scans, but confirmed weather spotters have confirmed this damaging tornado, and so it's an observed tornado, also golf ball size hail. But yeah, it doesn't look like, say, the storms yesterday where there was a really tight rotation couplet, but still that's a dangerous storm coming up your way. Speaking of dangerous storm, there was a damaging tornado here in this storm near Rhineland. Here's Rhineland right here. Just a few minutes ago. This was the other one that wasn't presenting super good, but then it tightened back up here. So likely dropped a tornado in the Rhineland area. That is picking up again in intensity. So if it's not on the ground right now, it's likely going to drop another tornado. This is coming up towards the Seymour, Texas area. So Seymour, Texas, you need to be in your tornado safe space here for likely a damaging tornado. Yeah, that is looking quite impressive. Not seeing that CC drop, but if it's not on the ground yet, it's likely to be here in just a minute. That is a pretty tight rotation here with a really well-structured storm. The areas that just saw that tornado warning, Knox City, over towards Monday, Benjamin, Texas, and eventually up towards Gorey. You have another storm behind you guys. That one has a little broad rotation too, so we got to watch that one. It's in a similar environment to this tornado here closing in on Seymour. Especially if you live north of Seymour, you definitely need to be taking your tornado precautions. I'd recommend all of Seymour. Take your tornado precautions in case this wobbles and wiggles a little bit. But this is going to be especially along 277 and US 82 here near Seymour, Texas. This is likely going to be another damaging tornado on the ground. Just kind of waiting for the velocity and the CC to update here. Alright, velocity, reflectivity. So we're getting an update here for the reflectivity. The velocity and CC are just a step behind. This is likely going to get extended out as a confirmed tornado, I would guess. It's got a really tight area rotation in here. This is going to be coming generally north and east, Seymour, Texas, and points north and east along US 82. Start taking your tornado precautions. I would just guess it's going to be extended out, something like that, as a tornado warning, because this isn't showing signs of letting up. It's actually strengthening here on our velocity scans. Checking this area right in here. Yeah, the CC is starting to get messy. I would guess that there's a tornado on the ground. That velocity has really picked up, and the latest CC scan is showing some non-meteorological targets, some drop in CC. It's not a deep drop at the moment, but it's a drop enough that I'm going to say this is probably on the ground. And you can see the rotation here is really picking up near Seymour, Texas. So please take your tornado safety precautions here if you're in Seymour, Texas. Take them for the 4-inch hail. That is a dangerous storm coming up here, Seymour, Texas. The tornado warnings north of the Kansas City area up on northwest Missouri have been allowed to expire for the moment. There's still some broad rotation up here near Stanberry coming towards Albany, Missouri. So watch out for that one. That could re-intensify and then warrant a tornado warning. So far, things are a bit quiet in that tornado warning, or in that tornado watch area for a little bit. Still have a cell out here north of Russell, Kansas. Likely some large hail up in there. And this is back in a new area that has a severe thunderstorm watch. Back towards Garden City and points in northwest Kansas. Quickly, I want to check down here, coming towards Granola. I mentioned you guys earlier. Still like strong, but a little bit broad rotation. You can see how broad this is, and there's a bit of grays in here. So it's not fully tightened up, but this is a large rotating thunderstorm that could easily produce another tornado here coming across Granola, Moline, and Howard. Start getting ready for your tornado safety precautions. Same around Cedar Val. And then a long area here of severe thunderstorms with some tornado possibles in that. Still have the rotation coming up towards the Hinton area. Not seeing it on the ground yet, but that could easily spin up a tornado coming near the Hinton area. And then we still have our confirmed tornado near Harold. And unfortunately, I think this is right near the Harold area right now. Yeah, it looks like it's coming into Harold, Texas right now. Again, not the best velocity presentation, but you don't always need that. And this is certainly a strong supercell here with a nice stinger coming into the Harold area. Harold, Haynesville, Elliott, all need to be taking your tornado safety precautions, especially north sides of Electra. And then also worried here about the Seymour, Texas area. Strong rotation showing up here west of Seymour, Red Springs. Hefner, Vera, over to Red Springs along US 82, coming into the area's west sides of Seymour. Definitely be taking your tornado safety precautions. It may have been on the ground. The last scan doesn't look as clear. Let's see. It's not showing the CC drop, but there's some pretty tight rotation in there, especially the last couple scans. So, wouldn't be surprised if we're just not seeing it on the CC right now. Let's go back in right now to our observed tornado. Damaging tornado. This is confirmed. This was okay. It hasn't been updated in a little bit, but it's it was near Grayback when we saw it kind of spin up. Again, not the best in presentation, but it's got a really good presentation on the reflectivity. This is a area of rotation here right over the Herald area. And not seeing that CC drop like we saw a couple scans ago. So a bit of a good sign right now. But I would still treat this like it's a tornado on the ground here near Herald, moving along 287 and Texas 240 over towards Haynesville and Elliott. You guys all need to be in your tornado safe space here. This is between Electra and Oka Union in Texas. I have a new tornado warning up here. That's for that cell that I mentioned earlier when it was back here near Newkirk and Kill warning. We saw it back here picking up rotation in the Kildare area. There it is. It got pretty strong actually right over Newkirk and Kildare. It's still going here. This is now going to get extended out for Silverdale, Vinton, Maple City, east of Arkansas City, and up towards Dexter and Tisdale in Kansas. This is a radar indicated tornado at the moment. Not seeing it on the CC. I am seeing some large hail now falling likely over Silverdale, Kansas. You can see the CC drop in here with the greens and yellows. That's indicating some large hail up in the core of the storm. And that correlates to that big area of purple that we see there. So hail up in there by Silverdale. And then quickly behind that is your tornado signature coming up also across the same areas. So please be taking your tornado safe space. You're not going to see this coming. There's rain and storms out ahead of this. It's moving more northerly, so you're going to get hit with the hail core first as that moves up from Silverdale to Vinton, and then your tornado is sitting just south of that hail core. So this is a really dangerous storm coming up behind areas that were recently tornado warned. Again, not seeing it on CC, but it has a pretty tight circulation now coming up into the Silverdale, Kansas area, as looks like the velocity is just a step behind. Or a step ahead of the reflectivity. So this is quickly coming up towards Vinton, Dexter, Silverdale, and Tisdale in Kansas. While we're up this way, just looking at the storm here near Granola and Cloverdale, still has broad rotation showing on that storm. That is a messy HP, going to be coming up towards Granola, Moline, Howard, Longton, and also still seeing some rotation here down near Cedarvale. Not seeing anything confirmed with those two storms, but those are still two dangerous supercells here. Coming up over the Grenada area towards Howard, and then Cedarvale, probably eventually towards Longton in Kansas. A lot of storms up along 35 right now. Some of them are showing rotation here near Blackwell, so that is worth watching. Further down near Garber, there's some broad rotation in that storm, so we definitely need to keep an eye on those. The storm near Hinton has had an extension of a tornado warning south and east of Bridgeport towards Calumet and El Reno in Oklahoma. This is also along I-40 here west of El Reno, between basically I-40 between Bridgeport and El Reno. You guys need to be taking your tornado safety measures here out towards Calumet along 270 north of I-40. Quickly becoming a, looks like a new signature is picking up here. Near the Hinton area, you can see the little hook here. So that's going to be developing as it comes across Hinton and generally east-northeast towards the Calumet and El Reno area. Let me see if they've updated the speed. That one is moving northeast at 35. So just taking that out like this and putting it out at 35. That's about 5 minutes or less to Hinton in Oklahoma, and then about 40 minutes to El Reno. So you got a little bit of time if you're out ahead of this. El Reno, Calumet, and points in that area here, west sides of El Reno. You have a few minutes to take your tornado safety precautions, and take those now so you don't have to rush when this storm gets to you. They're giving you a nice advanced warning, so that is much appreciated. Right over Hinton right now. This is moving north and east towards Calumet and towards El Reno, Oklahoma. I want to go back here to the Seymour, Texas storm. Still has strong rotation showing up. Still just a radar indicated tornado. There's been a couple times where there's been a little curious CC. The CC drop. It's still a little curious to me. There's still some greens and yellows in here. So it's not showing that deep CC drop like we saw yesterday with some of those powerful tornadoes in Iowa and in the Omaha area. But to me, this looks like it might be on the ground, just with the reflectivity in here in this hook, showing some purples in there. And yeah, I assume this is on the ground here. This is some really tight rotation and strong rotation. And I think we're just not seeing it close enough on the ground level here. Where is the radar site that we're seeing this from? So we're seeing it from the Wichita Falls radar site up here. Definitely be in your tornado safe space here. North sides of Red Springs. And then, again, I'm saying you guys need to be in your tornado safe space, especially Seymour, north and west of Seymour. And there it is. There's the extension of that. And they are going to go with an observed tornado. Let's see here. Confirmed large and dangerous tornado 5 miles northeast of Red Springs. This is moving northeast at 35. And this is a PDS tornado warning. So this is for Seymour and points north of Seymour. Again, if you're in Seymour, this is a little too close to comfort for me. I'd be taking your tornado safety precautions. I know there could be like some guy that's like lives right here and be like, yes, I'm out of the tornado warning. You don't want to play those games like a day like today. If you're like sitting on the border of this tornado warning, you need to be taking your tornado safety plans. At the very least, you've then practiced your tornado safety plans so you know they work. You know you can get to your tornado safe space efficiently. I wouldn't play games on a day like today where we're expecting large damaging tornadoes, where it's in the wording by the Storm Prediction Center, by the local NWS offices about warning for particularly dangerous long track tornadoes. Don't play those kind of games. If you're in the Seymour area, take your tornado safety precautions. Anywhere north and east of Seymour along US Highway 82, you need to be in your tornado safe space. Along US 183 north of Seymour, you need to be in your tornado safe space. Certainly along Texas 1919, I think that is, definitely be in your tornado safe space. Anywhere here north of Seymour and points east, definitely need to be in your tornado safe space. This is a pretty dangerous looking system here with some strong gate to gate. And it's really wrapping up pretty good here. Let's click out of that. It's got a bit of a donut hole in here. So that is indicating it's really wrapping up here as it's getting some nice uncontaminated warm inflow coming across the Seymour area. And the CC drop is in there too. So yeah, this is a damaging tornado here just on the north sides of Seymour, moving up along and north of Highway 82. Let me see if, just a quick glance, it doesn't look like there's a lot of communities up in here, but again, people do live up in here even if you don't live in a town. So let's track this out and see what we get. I'm gonna put it just on the edge of the mesocyclone. And this was, let me just check the timing on this here. Yeah, confirmed damaging tornado. Threat is considerable. This is moving northeast at 35. So next community is Marbell, Texas, in about 20 minutes. 15 to 20 minutes. I would give it 15. Definitely be in your tornado safe space if you're out in Marbell, Texas. And if you're between Seymour and Marbell, you need to be in your tornado safe space here. This is a PDS tornado warning for a confirmed large and damaging tornado on the areas here north sides of Seymour, along US 82, along Texas 1919, and then points north of US 82 on the east sides of Seymour. So coming across Seymour right now, that's the debris ball and CC drop is definitely deepening here as we see a lot more of these blues and greens. That's indicating a pretty big tornado on the ground. And we're seeing that in reflectivity and in the velocity and in the CC. So that is a dangerous tornado here coming across the areas here north sides of Seymour, and then it's going to ride along US 82. Just taking this back, it's a, you can see on the velocity here, this thing really intensifying and ramping up. It looks like it has a decently large mesocyclone and likely a tornado sitting down in there, and we can see that on the CC. I quickly want to go up to our other tornado warning here along the Red River. It's now just a radar indicated tornado and located over Harold. So we saw that over Harold there was a little bit of a debris signature coming into the Harold area, and then it looks like it dissipated just as it came into Harold. So hopefully, thinking and praying for the Harold community, looks like the tornado may have lifted like literally right before it came into town. That's our hope, and that's what it looked like on the CC. And now that has lifted off north and east of Harold, now around the Elliott area and points east of Elliott. This is quickly coming into Oklahoma here. Taylor Corner, and there's its warning. Loveland, Hollister, Oklahoma, up to areas here near Chattanooga, Oklahoma, and also east or west sides of Granfield, Oklahoma. I would be in your tornado safe space here. Still have a dangerous storm coming across your way. This is about into Taylor Corner here, coming up towards Loveland in Oklahoma. That's getting pretty close to the radar site too, so we're getting a pretty good look at that storm. Also means we can see the rotation, and if there's any debris, we can see that on low levels. Checking in on our storm here in the Hinton area. It is coming up right along I-40 now. It's riding a little bit further north and west on the tornado warning, so especially areas here on the north side of this tornado warning up towards Calumet, east sides of Bridgeport, and then if you're north and east of Hinton, definitely need to take your tornado safety precautions. This is right here, right along I-40. It's going to be moving up quickly towards the Calumet area with rotation here intensifying, actually right kind of on the edge of the tornado warning. So also, I would be in your tornado safe space if you're in Geary or Gary and Carnes, Calumet and Concho, and then west of El Reno. Those look like the next communities on the map here. They're going to want to be in your tornado safe space. You can see that rotation right here, just east sides of Bridgeport, and that's coming up generally towards Calumet and Carnes. Looks like they're going to extend a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning for those areas. I would treat this like a tornado warning, though. Today is one of those days that you don't want to mess around. Today is one of those days where we want to treat this like it's a tornado warning. So let me grab 35. Let me see if they've adjusted it on this 30. I want to take this out here at 35 and north and east. That's going to put it in Gary in about 5 minutes, Carnes in about 10 minutes, and then Calumet in about 15 minutes. If you're in those places, Gary, Carnes, and Calumet, Oklahoma, please be taking your tornado safety precautions. I, again, just don't want to play around a day like today, even though it's riding kind of right along the tornado warning. It looks like it's intensifying. Honestly, they put out a severe thunderstorm warning, but this actually needs to be a tornado warning. This area here north of Calumet, they may do this here in just a minute, but this area actually needs to be a tornado warning. So if you're out ahead of this, boom, let's do this. We're going to override the weather service. This needs to be a tornado warning here. Coming up, Calumet or Okarche, and areas here, Carnes, Gary, Calumet, and Okarche. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space here. This is quickly developing. It's quickly wrapping up here, just on the edge of the tornado warning and near the severe thunderstorm warning. So here, just north of I-40 and also along US 270 west of Calumet, this needs to be a tornado action plan for you guys. Let's see if it's showing up yet. Not yet, but it's definitely tightening up pretty quickly here. So Calumet, Gary, down to Okarche, or up to Okarche. Tornado safety plans now. Back down on our PDS warning here near Seymour. This thing is a beast. You can see the debris ball showing up here on the radar. It's getting nice warm inflow over the Seymour area now. It has nice cool outflow coming out, so it's ventilating itself nice. This is a textbook example of a supercell thunderstorm here in north central Texas. This is a dangerous storm, still showing some CC drop in there and also still showing tight rotation, strong rotation. So even though the CC drop isn't as deep as we've seen, this is likely still on the ground or just lifted and is cycling. This appears to be one of these cyclic supercells. This is going to continue dropping tornadoes. So this is one to watch here as you come up along US Highway 82. Seymour and points north still need to be in your tornado safety space. Let's get rid of that for a second. Tornado safety space here for Seymour and points north along US 82 and along US 183 north and east of Seymour. Need to be in your tornado safe space. This is a storm that's produced. This has produced damaging tornadoes here. It's had a history of producing damaging tornadoes. It's producing one right now that's a PDS warning. So honestly, if you're out ahead of this, we need to start thinking of our tornado safety plans. You have some time here, but I would start preparing if you're in the Wichita Falls, Iowa Park, and possibly as north as Electra. I know Electra was just in a tornado warning, but this thing does not look like it's stopping anytime soon. So we really need to start preparing out ahead of this. You have a little bit of time. You don't have to run. Certainly, a storm like this, you can see it on the radar. You can see the debris ball. You can see the storm wrapping up. You can see the hook echo. Certainly, if you're out ahead of this and you're in a mobile home, if you are working in a temporary structure like a garage, a warehouse, a large span roof structure, you need to get to a sturdy interior space. If you're out ahead of this in a mobile home, you need to get to a friend's house, a family's house, or a storm shelter that has sturdy well-built structure. If you're out here in Iowa Park, if you're out here in the Wichita Falls area, or up towards Electra, definitely need to be, you got a little bit of time to get to your tornado safe place. You're not even in a tornado warning yet, but just looking at how this is going, it's been cycling and dropping significant tornadoes along its path. So we're really going to want to take this storm seriously, especially since it's kind of center line towards some more populated areas. And we saw that yesterday. We saw beautiful, violent tornadoes in open country yesterday, and we saw what happened when they moved into populated areas. So same kind of situation here could be happening right now. Significant to violent tornado in a fairly rural space right now, but that is not going to stop it from moving into a more populated area in the Wichita Falls area. So again, not in a warning yet, but you guys are out ahead of this PDS warning. You need to take it seriously. Let's see if we got any updates on this. This is about a 10-minute old update. It's a confirmed large and dangerous tornado. This is 5 miles northeast of Red Springs, moving northeast at 35. So this is now over areas here just north and east of Seymour. I hear other warnings going off. So I want to get to those here in just a minute. But just talking about it a little bit, about an hour to the Iowa Park, west sides of Wichita Falls area, you got about an hour. All right, I'm going to grab a quick drink here, and then we'll get back to it. Okay. Okay, I just want to check the audio again. I had to get a drink here. Let me just check the audio real quick. Okay. Sounds like you can hear me. So that's a good sign. Let's get back into it here again. Particularly dangerous situation coming up north and east now of Seymour, Texas. Again, not in the warning yet, but start taking your tornado safe space here if you're in the Wichita Falls area. Let me quickly switch mics here. Okay, testing, testing. There we go. I didn't like how that mic was sounding, and it's a very important day today here. So I want to get back to the old school mic and just make sure we got it here. Okay, can you guys hear me okay? Alright, that sounds okay at the moment. Let me just keep an eye on it here for a second. So you might hear a little bit of double audio while I'm just checking my mic. But again, confirmed dangerous tornado here near Seymour, Texas. Looks like they've actually dropped it down to radar indicated. Okay, I hear my audio, so it sounds like it's coming in decently here. Again, sorry about any audio issues here. The mic has been a little picky today. So just go back to our old trusty one. It's not quite as high tech as the other one, but it'll work. Alright, coming up here near Hollister, Loveland, east of Davidson and west of Granfield in Oklahoma. Have a dangerous thunderstorm coming up here along US 70. I want to take a look now. They did issue a tornado warning for this cell here, like I mentioned earlier, that needed to get readjusted. This is now west sides of Calumet, Oklahoma, near the Carnes area, and now east of Gary, Texas, or Gary, Oklahoma. Quickly, a dangerous storm here coming up towards Okarche. Still just radar indicated at the moment, but this is a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 5 miles northwest of Calumet, moving northeast at 30. So that one is quickly approaching the Okarche area. Northwest at 30. Northwest at 30. It looks like Okarche area is going to be the next really populated city or town on the map. But if you're in this area here, south and west of Okarche, definitely need to be in your tornado safety plans. Let's see if we can get that set up like this. Okay. Sorry, messing with the mic a little bit just to make sure we give you guys the best audio we can. And again, kind of rushed the audio today, so it may not be perfect, but at least we're getting the word out here. This is quickly wrapping up here. I bet we got a tornado on the ground. Not seeing anything on the CC here, but I bet the next scan or two is going to show a CC drop and a tornado on the ground. This has consistently been tightening up since we saw it come across I-40. So again, saw it up in here. Had kind of broad rotation a little bit between Bridgeport and Hinton. That now has come across I-40, Oklahoma 8, and now 270, US 270. Now presenting a very tight rotation signature as it's coming across here northwest of Calumet over towards the Okarche area. You need to be in your tornado safety plan. That is a dangerous looking rotation here. And this is going to continue moving north and east, generally towards the Okarche area, especially if you live west and north of Okarche. You need to be in your tornado safe space over here. That is also west of US 81 and west of Oklahoma 3. You need to be in your tornado safety plans here. Let's see. Still not seeing a CC drop. But I would guess the next scan will show that. This is dangerous rotation here coming up, likely on the ground. Alright, we'll get back to that one. I think we have other cells to talk about. The storm here in northern Missouri has also gone tornado warned again. Here near Martinsville, and this is approaching I-35 near Eagleville, Missouri. If you're out ahead of this, Martinsville, Eagleville, Ridgeway, Mount Moriah, Canesville, all in Missouri right now. Out towards Goshen, and just along the Missouri and Iowa line, Pleasanton, I would be in your tornado safe space between Hatfield and Martinsville, Eagleville, Ridgeway, Mount Moriah, and Canesville, all be in your tornado safe space. This is a damaging tornado on the ground. We're kind of far from the radar site, so we're not seeing it great, but this is a confirmed tornado here. Confirmed tornado 11 miles east of Grant City, moving east at 50. So this is damaging, and it's moving east at 50. So that's quickly going to be approaching the I-35 corridor here in northern Missouri. That storm has had a particular history of tornadoes. Nothing here in Kansas City. Kansas City has been a severe safe zone here for the last day and a half. They had a pretty strong enhanced risk yesterday, and nothing developed down here. We'll have to see if Kansas City stays that lucky this day. Right now, nothing going on, but we'll just have to see if that changes. Same right now for the rest of Missouri and also northern Arkansas. Areas east of Wichita, between Wichita and Fredonia, have an observed tornado on the ground located over Howard, moving northeast at 40. That's a damaging tornado confirmed by weather spotters. We talked about Howard earlier, that there was an area of pretty strong broad rotation that was moving up that way, and that has definitely tightened up here. We can see this damaging tornado over Howard coming up towards Fall River, Cave Springs, Fiat here in Kansas, and certainly Howard area need to be in your tornado safe space, as well as Severy and points east of Piedmont. This is a pretty well-traveled highway here between Fredonia and Piedmont. This goes to Wichita, and this goes to Joplin and I-49. So we really need to be taking tornado action plans here along US 400 near Fall River, near New Albany, down through Cave Springs. That is a damaging tornado on the ground near Howard. That is going to be a HP beast here. This is in the rain, so you're not going to see this coming if you're out ahead of this. Howard up towards Severy, Fiat, and Cave Springs. You guys need to be in your tornado safety place here. Still some rotation behind this and this cluster of storms. So watching rotation here south and east of Granola. And then also rotation down here near Cedar Valley right now. That is just radar indicated at the moment. Yeah, I would also watch this area here near Granola and Moline. It's actually just behind. It's just behind the tornado up here near Howard, but a bit of a notch in this line. It's not showing up on anything, but here's your CC drop in the Howard area, and that's co-located with the damaging tornado circulation here. So likely still seeing a tornado here. We're a little bit further from the radar site, but likely still seeing one there. Howard, and then watching the storm here between Granola and Cedar Valley. Ponca City right now is getting rocked with hail. Also some potential spin-ups here. So we do need to watch these areas here around Newkirk, Kildare, and Ponca City. This area definitely has damaging winds, and tornadoes are possible in there. Not seeing anything imminently tornadic here, but there is some broader rotation down by Billings and Garber. Have to monitor those. I want to get back down to this storm here near Okarche, still in this area northwest of Calumet, between Calumet and Okarche. And let's see if we can catch anything on the ground. Looks like there may have been. Yeah, it doesn't really line up. I can't really tell going back because the CC and the reflectivity and velocity are a couple minutes off, so they're not lining up perfectly. But likely still a tornado is either possible or ongoing here, and they've extended this warning for areas Okarche up Oklahoma 3 and US 81 towards Kingfisher, Oklahoma. You guys need to be in your tornado safe spaces. South sides of Dover, Oklahoma. Please be in your safe space. This is a dangerous storm. It's had pretty strong rotation for a while. Here, coming up to the areas just west of Okarche. Okarche, I'd still like you guys to be in your tornado safe space, but it's probably going to go just to the north and west of you guys. The area of rotation that we're watching here is moving up generally towards the Kingfisher area. So Kingfisher, you guys are in the warning now. Time to take your tornado safety precautions. Get to your tornado safe space. That is lowest interior room. Likely a hallway, bathroom, closet, laundry room, somewhere that's interior in your house. A bathroom with no windows, no access to the outside. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And if you have a tornado shelter or a basement somewhere underground, that is your best option. And please be taking your tornado action plans here, especially Okarche up to Kingfisher and areas west of Okarche right now. You got the tornadic circulation coming up your way. Let me double check since we do have Kingfisher now in the warning. They have put it up a little bit. It was at 30, now it's at 35. So moving northeast at 35, that puts it about 15 minutes to the Kingfisher, Oklahoma area. And I'm just to note, I'm kind of taking it for the tornadic circulation. If you're in Kingfisher, you're going to get hail, rain, thunder, lightning ahead of that 15 minutes. And maybe even starting to rain right now in the Kingfisher area. So don't wait for this to just show up. It's down here. You're going to get rain, hail, and severe thunderstorm first, and then you're going to get your tornadic circulation passing over second. This is not one of those days where you're going to see a lot of these tornadoes coming. Still watching this storm near Hollister. It's had some broad rotation on it. It has had tornadoes. It's produced a couple confirmed tornadoes, so we'll see what the Weather Service wants to do with this, as it's now coming north of Hollister, up towards Kache, Oklahoma, maybe towards the Lawton area, especially points west of Lawton, over towards Indiahoma and Kache along US 62, down towards the Faxton area. You guys need to be paying attention to this storm. If it's not tornadic at the moment, it could easily turn tornadic as it ramps back up. Large hail producers between Knox City, Monday, Gorey, and now Seymour is now in a warning for these hail-producing thunderstorms back here. Out ahead of that is a damaging thunderstorm that's had a history of baseball to softball-sized hail, and also it's had a couple damaging tornadoes. That storm right now is over southern Lake Kemp. It's a little slower moving. It's going northeast at 20 miles an hour, maybe as fast as 25, but it's had a long history. The circulation has broadened here. We can see how it was a strong tornado on the ground here north of Seymour. It has broadened a bit. Still over this area here in Lake Kemp. So it's this area right in here that we're watching. And generally that's coming up eventually towards Iowa Park, and especially areas on the north and west sides of Wichita Falls. So this could easily just be cycling right now. It still is about an hour away from Iowa Park and those western suburbs of Wichita Falls. Again, not in a warning right now, but start to think about your tornado safety plans here if you're in Iowa Park down to Wichita Falls. Certainly if you're in a mobile home or a temporary garage-like structure if you're working out there today. Start thinking about where your permanent structure, your sturdy built structure is that you need to go to for a tornado warning. Again, you're not in that yet. You got a little bit of time, but especially on a day like today, and honestly, a day like today, let's see, let's get the, so while things have been slightly calmer here for the moment, we have, once again, we have a pretty large area of moderate risk. That's a 4 out of 5 in the Storm Prediction Center Severe Weather Index. So that means severe weather is likely, and tornadoes and possibly long track damaging tornadoes are likely. That's in the areas North Texas along the Red River, much of central and eastern Oklahoma, and then up into southern Kansas and a little bit of southwest Missouri along the I-49 corridor. That area here, highest possibility of severe weather, but then there's a broader area of enhanced risk all the way down into the Dallas-Fort Worth area, Springfield, Columbia, Missouri, up towards Quincy and even towards the Quad Cities, and then back towards Davenport or Des Moines, Iowa, Lincoln, and the southern and eastern parts of Nebraska, much of basically central and eastern Kansas. So that area all is in an enhanced risk. We saw yesterday what enhanced risks can do. So everybody basically, especially in those two areas, the enhanced and the moderate risk, if you're in a temporary structure, if you're in a mobile home or a garage or a structure that has a broad roof like a gym or convention center, those type of places, you really need to have that tornado action plan ready, know where you're going to go, and especially if you're living in a mobile home, it's if you're out ahead of all this, it's good to just maybe go to your friend or family that has that permanent structure and just, have a little fun. Spend the day with your friend or family, and if a tornado doesn't happen, then you've at least, had some good times with friends and family. But you've kept yourself safe. You haven't waited to the last minute, or you haven't gotten stuck in a mobile home when there's a tornado imminently upon you. It's good to have those plans on a day like today. It's good to just have those plans and make those plans ahead of time before you really have to. And then certainly, also, if you're in these areas, have multiple ways to get warnings. And that means streaming. There's some good streamers like us, but also other ones. The Weather Channel, news media, local media, have multiple ways to get warnings. Social media. There's a lot of ways to get warnings nowadays, and it's important to have those multiple ways to get warnings. All right, let's get back into it here. All right, things have calmed down a little bit with the tornado warnings. There's still a few out there. We're going to take it from top to bottom here. Still watching for development in this area here between southern Wisconsin, really west of Milwaukee, in the Madison, Wisconsin area. Still watching for isolated to scattered severe thunderstorms up here. Primarily, it's going to be hail and damaging winds in southern Wisconsin and northern Illinois. We do have a severe thunderstorm near Ashby, Iowa right now. Some broad rotation here coming towards Dubuque. You can see here it is a supercell thunderstorm here with its inflow. So we do need to watch this area coming from Ashby over towards Dubuque. And then some larger hail up here towards Ashby and Sageville, Asbury maybe. 1-inch hail, damaging winds up to 60 is what that's being warned for. A couple of storms that are showing some hail cores towards Jamestown, south of Dyersville in Iowa. Also 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds for this storm north of Central City. Not really showing much rotation there, so likely just a hail and damaging wind threat there. Out along I-80 between Des Moines and Iowa City, have a big-time hail-producing storm near Montezuma. A little bit of broad rotation. This had stronger rotation earlier, so looks like a tornado threat is not imminent at the moment, but that's some large hail north of Montezuma. That's going to be riding up along I-80 between Brooklyn and Victor, and then Montezuma and Deep River. Deep River probably going to go north of you guys, but especially if you're up north of Deep River towards the Victor, Ladora area along I-80, that's some major hail coming up your way. So if you know anyone traveling along there, it's good to just give them a heads up if they're traveling between Iowa City and Des Moines that there's a really big thunderstorm there. And it's kind of the only one out there right now, so they may just want to wait and let this thing get north of the highway before moving on. Still have a now radar indicated tornado near the Ridgeway area. This is a messy storm with some large hail, and we're a little bit far from a radar site, so this is kind of right over I-35 right now, coming up between Eagleville, Ridgeway, Mount Moriah, Goshen, and Canesville, up towards the Pleasanton area, right on the Iowa and Missouri border. New severe thunderstorm for some hail. Yeah, you can see the hail core in there. Can't really see what kind of circulation that has. And then otherwise, quiet at the moment in the Kansas City area. Just some scattered showers and non-severe thunderstorms. But some stronger storms near the areas here along 400 Howard over to Fredonia and Severy. We have still a damaging tornado on the ground near the Fiat and Cave Springs area. So you can see that rotation. It's lifting up northeast towards the Fall River area. You guys need to be in your tornado safety space. Severy, and if you live in between those, Severy to Fall River, definitely need to be in your tornado safe space. That is an observed tornado. Let's just see when it was. Just a few minutes ago, it was confirmed 6 miles northeast of Howard, moving northeast at 35. So that is still on the ground here near Cave Springs and Fiat, Kansas. Looking at the storm earlier, there was rotation picking up near the Moline and Granola area. Looks like that now is over the Elk Falls area. That's going to be headed up towards Busby, Longton, Oak Valley, and eventually up towards New Albany in Kansas. So if you're in these areas here, Oak Valley, Longton, Busby, New Albany, if it holds together, Fredonia. Fredonia, not in a tornado warning yet, but start to take your tornado action plans here. Start to get to that safe space, and you got some big storms here with some tornadic circulations coming your way. Both of these storms are in the rain, so you're not going to see these coming. They're embedded supercells in a line. This one's lifting more north-northeast. This one seems to be lifting a little more northeast. So again, if you're basically on along 40 or 400 from Fredonia over to Severy, I'd be taking my tornado safety plans here down towards Moline and Howard. Basically, you got two kind of back-to-back, side-by-side supercell thunderstorms. One has a currently ongoing damaging circulation here just to the southeast of Severy. Yeah, like right in there, you can see that CC drop. It's a bit messy, but it's likely still in here, just in the Cave Springs area. Yeah, Cave Springs area up towards Ashley, Fall River, and Severy. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space. Further down, watching some rotation here near Cloverdale. That's in a severe thunderstorm right now. That was a rotation that's come across Cedarville. If you're in this area between Cedarville and Cloverdale, I would also think of my tornado safety space here. Just let these storms pass. You got some pretty decent rotation coming up there. Also hail and damaging winds. New warning here for Kay County, Oklahoma. That's golf ball size hail and damaging winds. Let's check the velocity. There is some rotation in here. So also watching that. Alright, quickly back into the Kingfisher area. Rotation is now coming up through Kingfisher right now, especially just west of Kingfisher. It doesn't look quite as strong as it did earlier. And we're not seeing that CC drop at the moment, so hopefully there's nothing on the ground right now. But still, Kingfisher and points north and east along US 81. You need to be in your tornado safe space here. This is coming across Kingfisher, right on the west side of town, out along Oklahoma 3. Towards Elk Avenue, and then up on the north side, the main street here. That's going to be crossing the Kingfisher, Oklahoma area right now. Hopefully it just stays off the ground for the moment. That should be allowed to drop. That storm is near Indiahoma. Had tornado warnings earlier. It's not looking impressive at rotation right now. But we are getting now a new tornado warning extended for this cyclic supercell that has produced damaging tornadoes in the past. It appears to not be on the ground at the moment with just a radar indicated tornado, but this is still a damaging cell with baseball to softball sized hail and an area that's capable of producing a tornado here moving, let's see, where is it? 7 miles northwest of Lake Diversion, moving northeast at 25. This is a bit slower of a storm. And if you're out ahead of this, please take it seriously. It's going to be eventually coming up towards the areas here between Electra and Iowa Park. So I've made that comment a few times. If you're in the areas here between Electra and Iowa Park, those are kind of the next more populated areas. And then especially if you're points south and west of those two communities, you need to be in your tornado safety plan. But I would guess this is eventually going to get extended out. It's not shown signs of weakening. It's cycling a bit right now. But this could easily pick back up. It's looking a little tighter than it did a few minutes ago, which is why they've extended this warning already. Areas south of Electra on Texas 25. Need to really be paying attention to that cell. And then some strong hailstorms coming in north of Seymour. Not seeing much rotation right now, but those are some big hail signatures. There's also some big hail signatures in this storm that is tornado warned. That hail core will be likely coming up towards the Electra area. So you need to be away from windows, doors, and the outside anyway. And definitely start taking your tornado safety plans. I think that's Electra, Texas's second warning at the moment. Kansas or Oklahoma City, no severe weather immediately in your area. You are under that tornado watch. Pauls Valley up to Norman, Oklahoma City, Edmond, and up towards the Stillwater area. All quiet at the moment. With the closest storm here with the radar indicated rotation near Kingfisher. And that rotation is just over the Kingfisher area. Still not seeing a big CC drop, so that's a good sign right now. Maybe nothing on the ground, but we got to take storms today seriously. This is a pretty well-structured cell here. This is lifting up Kingfisher and points north along US 81. Next in line are the areas south of Dover. This storm, I think, has been picking up in speed a little bit. It's now northeast at 40. So not many communities showing up on the map right now, but areas here north of Kingfisher and south, and especially southeast of Dover, need to be paying attention to this storm along US 81. This observed tornado here ongoing near Fall River. This has all gotten extended. So Fall River, I mentioned you guys earlier, You need to take your tornado safety precautions if you're along US Highway 400 between Severy, Fall River, and New Albany. That tornado warning has been extended up to Toronto, Coyville, Neal, and areas here along Highway 54. This area has had some tornadoes and hail yesterday, so you guys are used to these, unfortunately, but you need to be back into your tornado safety plans. This is a dangerous cell. It's come across the Cave River Howard area with a damaging tornado. Still likely on the ground here as it lifts up near 400 and the Fall River, Kansas area. We can still see the CC drop in here. This is a messy HP cell. It's back here in the rain. You're not going to see this coming. And likely Neal, Toronto, Coyville, Fall River. You guys already have some severe weather. Thunder, lightning, hail, heavy rains, wind. You're not going to see this coming. We've had damage reports already coming in for a wedge tornado reported near Howard. A spotter train tornado near Howard Lake. We have some damage reports coming in of trees uprooted. And then we also have law enforcement confirming a tornado now down here towards Elk Falls and Longston. So you can see that rotation right here near the Longston area. It's going to be generally headed up towards New Albany, Fredonia, Busby, and Oak Valley. If you're out ahead of this on 400, start taking your tornado safety plans. These are two very dangerous cells here. One is moving a little more northeast. The other is moving a little more east. So this one here is really close to Fall River, headed towards Toronto, Kansas. And the other one here is near Longston. It's going to be headed up towards Fredonia, Altoona, maybe Neodessa in Kansas. You guys all need to be taking your tornado safe space here. Basically, I would do it from Severy over to Neodessa and anywhere along 400 in between those. And then points north along US 75 up towards Yates Center. You guys all need to be getting ready to hunker down here. Watching for scattered storms here in Missouri. Not seeing anything right now. We will go up quickly here to this radar indicated tornado still near the Carnesville area. It's now east of I-35 between Carnesville and Pleasanton here in the northernmost part of Missouri along I-35, Blythedale, Carnesville, eventually over towards Mercer and Lineville. I would also start taking your tornado safety plans. That's a dangerous cell. Out ahead of that, there's a ton of cells here in north central Missouri that are hail warned. A couple of these here south of Princeton have some broad rotation, so they're worth watching. Along US 65, I would especially say this one that's coming up towards Howard and Newton has a little bit tighter, stronger rotation at the higher levels here. We're seeing pretty far up in the storms. But this area here near Spinkard over towards Harris and Newtown, definitely need to watch out for that storm. Here you can see that cell. A lot of lightning with those. New hail producing thunderstorm severe warning near Dubuque. Still seeing some broad rotation in here near Asbury and Dubuque, and a little bit up here towards Jamestown. Not seeing anything that's notable for a tornado warning yet. That rotation near Dubuque is a little bit stronger than the one near Jamestown, so that would be the one that I'd be watching a little closer. And then seeing storms go up here near the Madison area. The main threat up here is going to be hail and damaging winds. Yeah, not seeing any tornadic signatures, but also starting to see those hail cores grow. So, some dangerous weather developing there. Back down here, near the Kingfisher area. Still watching rotation here as this cell is now between Kingfisher and Dover along US 81. This is going to continue lifting north and east areas east to Dover, possibly up towards Union, Kansas. We also have to start watching this cell that's popped up south of Kingfisher. It's starting to get some rotation. This would be lifting across the Kingfisher area as well. Again, not imminently tornadic, but we have two supercells. The one is tornado warned here near Kingfisher and points north. But then the cell just to the south of that, it's in a similar environment. So starting to watch rotation pick up in this cell here. So again, we have cell number 1. That has a tornado warning right there. We got to start watching cell number 2 though down here. The storm south Medicine Park, still not showing any more rotation, so that's a good sign there. Still severe warned. This cell here down by Electra is really starting to pick back up in intensity here with a developing tornado right here in this area here south of Electra. This is along Texas 25 and Texas 2326. If you're in this area here, Cadane Corner, Valley View, up towards Folks and Electra. You need to be taking your tornado safety plans. You can see this is starting to really wrap itself up again. You can even kind of see the inflow here coming in like this with some weaker echoes. But yeah, this is starting to ramp itself up again. It's going to try to produce another damaging tornado. This storm has produced, I think, 2 or 3 damaging tornadoes since we've been tracking it. Back towards the Seymour area and towards Mundane and Gorey. So we really need to start watching that. A little bit of broad rotation in this cell near Seymour. We'll have to watch this as well. Right now, this is a hail-producing thunderstorm north of Seymour, Texas. This hail core is going to come across some of the same areas that the tornado cell is being warned for right now. So if you are in this tornado warning, I would also just stay in my safe place and let some of these hail-producing storms pass. Otherwise, some more hailstones back here, including close to 3-inch hail. That's close to baseball-size hail, as well as tornado reports. Those came out of the original cell that is now tornado warned here near Cadane Corner. That storm that I mentioned earlier, that was south of Princeton near Spinkard, Missouri. Spinkard, Missouri. That one has picked up its rotation here. That's going to be coming up. We mentioned you guys about 5 minutes ago towards Newtown, and then Lucerne, Harris, Topsy, Newtown, Ravenna. You guys all need to be in your tornado safe space. Coming up towards areas west of Unionville. This is in north central Missouri here. Still have that ongoing tornado warning between Carnesville and Pleasanton. And then we have a new tornado warning for Granola, Moline, and up towards Howard. You can see here more rotation in this storm. This is a big, messy complex of rotating thunderstorms. We have the rotation here near Longston and Busby. That's moving east-northeast. Looks like we have this rotation that's moving more north-northeast. Let me just back it up and see. Yeah, look at that. That is a little bit area of tight rotation. Now coming across here between Granola and Moline. This area is just a big, messy cluster of HP cells. So yeah, we have rotation here between Granola and Moline. That may lift up towards the Howard area. So Howard, get ready to take your tornado safety plans again. We have a damaging tornado near Fall River. That's moving up towards Toronto, Kansas. And then we have rotation still along this line of storms near Longston. That's lifting more northeast. That's going to eventually head over towards the Fredonia area. So a couple areas of rotation as well as tornadoes. I can't really see it on the CC if that's still going the ground. But that is a pretty tight area of strong rotation along US 400 near Fall River, between Ashley and Fall River. That's quickly moving up towards Coyville, Middletown, Toronto, Rocky Ford, Neal, Batesville, and Rose, Kansas. If you're north of Fall River and Severy, north of 400, and near US 54, near the Toronto area, you guys need to be taking your tornado safety plans. Anywhere in that area. There's not a lot of big cities, but there's a lot of small communities up in here. So please be taking your tornado safety plans. I know this is an area that yesterday that had some tornadoes and damage and hail, so probably a little weather weary right now. But let's get through this today, and we'll get you there. Mentioned this storm earlier. It's had a number of areas of rotation here near Webb City and Granola in northern Oklahoma. This is coming up towards near Foraker, Oklahoma. So here are some pretty strong but long rotation. So I don't know if it's producing a tornado, but it could, I guess, anywhere along this basically shear line. So that's radar indicated rotation as well as large hail. It could easily wrap itself up between Shidler, Webb City, Foraker, and Granola. That'll eventually be lifting up towards Elgin and Ewins on the Kansas-Oklahoma border. A big mess of hail producing and windstorms here in the Ponca City area. Right now, they've backed off the warnings for our storms near Kingfisher. Still showing circulation up here near Dover. This has a tornado possible tag, so wouldn't be surprised if it gets a new tornado warning at some point. But areas here, especially east of Dover, need to watch out coming up towards Marshall, Oklahoma. And still watching to see if rotation develops in that rear storm. Two ongoing destructive storms here. One giant hailstorm showing up here over Lake Kemp. This is points north of Seymour. Areas that were in the tornado warning and had a damaging tornado north of Seymour, you're likely in now of a hailstorm. So also take cover again if you're along and north of US 82, basically between Seymour and Wichita Falls area. You have a pretty strong hail core that's coming your way. Watching for any rotation. There's some in here, but it's broad and weak right now. But I wouldn't be surprised if that ramps up in intensity. The storm that has ramped up in intensity again is our cyclic supercell that's produced a number of damaging tornadoes today. This is coming up in an area here south of Electra, along Texas 25 between Cadane Corner and Electra. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space, as well as areas over towards Folks, Texas, along 287, US Highway 287. We have one storm here in Iowa that's been a pretty big problem along I-80 near Victor. We called you guys out earlier. Victor now is in that hail core up towards Ladora and Marengo here in central Iowa. This is now lifting north of I-80, so that's a good sign for travel along I-80. A little bit of broad rotation, but mostly we're seeing a really strong hail core showing up right along Victor and US 6. It's going to be riding along US 6 towards Marengo and Ladora. So right now that's being warned for 1-inch hail and 60 mile an hour winds. Still have our ongoing tornado warning here near Mill Grove, Topsy, headed towards Newtown, Lucerne. This was a storm we warned about before. It was tornado warned around Spinkard. We saw down here near Spinkard, we saw the rotation pick up, and I warned it would probably warrant a tornado warning soon. It has. It's now lifting up here between Millgrove and Harris, coming up towards Newtown and Lucerne. This is moving kind of north-northeast at 35. You're going to get the hail and rain first. But Newtown, you got about 10 minutes. Terre Haute, Missouri, about 20 minutes. And Lucerne, about 20 minutes. So Newtown, 10, and Lucerne, 20. Again, you're going to get hail and wind before you get the circulation. So this area here is going to get a new tornado warning here. They're going to pick back up the tornado warning near Dover. Yeah, it's gotten tight again. So again, east sides of Dover here. You need to start taking your tornado. Hopefully you already have been taking your tornado safety plans. But now areas here east of Hennessy, north and east of Dover, up towards the Marshall, Oklahoma area. That has quickly ramped up Union, Lovell, Roxana, Marshall, Hayward, and Callahan, all in Oklahoma. You guys need to be taking your tornado safety plans. This is quickly spinning up right over the Union area. So Union and points north and east. Checking on the rotation, not much in the Kingfisher storm, so that's good. Rotation is backed off in the storm that's coming up across Kingfisher right now. It's this storm here. It was northeast at 40. Let me see what it was. Northeast at 35. So northeast at 35. Puts it Union right now, basically 3 minutes or less. Marshall, about 20 to 25 minutes. And Roxana, about 20 minutes. So take your tornado safety plans here if you're out ahead of this. Marshall, about 20 to 25. And then points north and east of there towards Covington in Oklahoma. So good news, the storm's here near the Fredonia area. They've backed off the confirmed tornado. Still seeing good rotation picking up towards the Toronto area. And then there's a couple areas of rotation headed up towards Fredonia. And those are going along 400 here near Fredonia and then up through Toronto. Please be taking your tornado safety plans. That's New Albany, Fredonia, Guilford, up towards Buffalo and Coyville in Kansas. And then the other circulation that had the damaging tornado that crossed Fall River, that is moving up towards Coyville, Toronto, Neal, and Quincy. There's some smaller communities in here, Rocky Ford, Batesville, Middletown. All be in your tornado safety place around the Fall River Lake. If you got some activities out there, you need to be in your tornado safety plan out near Fall River. And then checking in, seeing pretty strong rotation here around Granola and Foraker and northern Oklahoma. Rotation seems to be broadening around the Howard area. That Howard area has already had a tornado. Yeah, it was stronger back here by Granola and Moline. We see it lifting here. There's a lot of grays in between this red and green, so that's a good sign that there's likely not a tornado on the ground, but still broad rotation. If I put on the reflectivity, you can see the mess of storms right now that have had embedded circulations at the time at different times here. So really watching a few different circulations here near Granola, lifting broadly, probably be allowed to drop near Howard, and then coming up towards Fredonia and coming up towards Toronto. So we have circulations actually going some slightly different ways. A couple are going more north-northeast, and then a couple are going more northeast. So a big mess of some strong to severe thunderstorms, damaging winds, large hail, with some embedded tornado circulations and at points embedded supercells, especially on the leading edge towards Toronto and Fredonia. Those are the strongest of the a little bit slightly more discrete supercells. The rest of the storms are kind of in a big cluster right now. And severe thunderstorm warnings are all around this. So along US 400, back towards the Winfield and Arkansas City, down towards Ponca City, Cedar Val. This whole area, besides the tornado warnings, has a massive amount of severe thunderstorm warnings. Watching some rotation here in this cell near Ponca City. Have to watch these tail end Charlies of this cluster here. So again, we'll have to watch, and not producing anything right now, but if this can kind of surge out and then organize its inflow, that's what we're going to have to watch right there. Again, it's not super structured at the moment, but we're just going to have to watch that area if it can organize that inflow. Still near the Marshall area. Marshall, up between Marshall and Dover. We have pretty strong circulation there. Not seeing anything particularly on the CC, but that doesn't mean it's not in there. Pretty tight rotation that's lifting up towards the Marshall area about 15 minutes from now. Yeah, about 15 minutes to Marshall, 10 minutes to Roxana. Still quiet in Oklahoma City for the moment. Back down to Texas, we have 3-inch diameter hail that's coming into Electra right now. And this storm has been trying to organize itself. It's still a bit broad. It's trying, but it's not probably producing a tornado at the moment. Still, though, could quickly produce a tornado between Cadane Corner and Electra and Folks along US 287. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space here. Also, watching the storm behind it. This is now north and east of Seymour. Some big hail showing up in this storm. But also watching some broad rotation showing up in this storm. So we'll have to watch that. It's in a similar environment to the storm that produced a damaging tornado over Lake Kemp. That storm here that's definitely one to watch. It's starting to present better here. We have 2 supercells. You can see their structure here. And they have just enough separation, but also just enough interaction that they can lead to the localized vorticity here. So there's ongoing research on interactions between supercells, especially when supercells collide with each other, interact with each other. That can often lead to enhanced vorticity. So we're going to have to really watch these two kind of ride north and east together here. Sometimes that can hurt, especially if one cuts off the inflow. Right now, they both have pretty good access to uncontaminated inflow. So although right now tornadoes don't seem to be imminent, and they're going to extend, it looks like, a severe thunderstorm warning out from Electra to Folks to Burke Burnett in Texas. These are still 2 storms to watch here as they proceed north and east, getting into the areas north and west sides of Wichita Falls. These are in a prime environment to do some to produce tornadoes. So we really need to take these seriously, even if they aren't producing tornadoes at the moment. This one still has a pretty nice little stinger in here. You can kind of see it. And so that could easily spin back up. Still a bit of broad rotation though. It's just got to tighten up that inflow a little bit, and we'd have another tornado. So very quickly, if you're out ahead of this, Burke Burnett, Iowa Park, Cashin Community, DeVol, Grandfield, and even Randalit. This is on the Oklahoma-Texas line. Start having that tornado plan, because these can easily spin back up into tornadoes. Just because you got a severe thunderstorms can and do produce tornadoes at short notice. Getting new tornado warnings in northern Missouri. Called you guys out earlier, Unionville. This is a storm here from Harris and Newton. It's moving north and east towards Lucerne and Unionville and Lemons and Judson, Missouri. All need to be in your tornado safety plan. We're probably not going to see much up here because it's a pretty messy storm, and it's also far from the radar, but it has enough rotation that it's being warned for a tornado. Moving northeast at 35. That's going to put it into Newton, like now, Newtown, like now, Unionville, about a half hour. So Unionville, about a half hour. Getting a new tornado warning for the Cedar Valley area. I think this is your third tornado warning. But we have a storm that's 7 miles southwest of Cedar Vale. That is the storm that's moved out of Granola and Foraker. That's going to be moving northeast towards Cedar Vale. This area right in here, it's probably going to go a little bit east to Cedar Vale. Honestly, I think I'd be taking tornado precautions if I was in the Sedan area. It's going to slide. It's moving about like this. It may split the difference between Cedar Vale and Sedan, but I think both of you guys, if you're in Sedan or if you're in Cedar Vale, are a little too close to this area rotation. So I would be taking my tornado safety plans if I was on the east side of this tornado warning, just because this does seem to be kind of hugging that area there. So today, it's good to take the tornado safety plans pretty seriously. This storm is another storm, kind of like the ones in Texas, that just needs to organize its inflow and outflow just a little bit further, and it could easily produce a tornado pretty quickly here. It's almost there. There's a bit of rotation here still down on the southern end of this near Foraker. Also watching that area here, and then you can see the area rotation that the new warning is for. If you're in the Ewens area, we called you guys out earlier, Ewens, Cedar Vale, and then I would too if I was in Elgin or Sedan, because these two areas of circulation are both kind of lifting up like this. So Cedar Vale over to Sedan and down towards Elgin, Kansas, Cloverdale, Grafton, I would take my tornado safety plans. Again, a little bit of overriding of the tornado warning. I would probably take my tornado safety plans up in this part as well. Today is just one of those days where you got to respect the storms extra cautiously. This is really starting to ramp up now, right along the Kansas and Oklahoma state line, just to the southwest of Ewens. I think that's just inflow. but this may be a step behind. The reflectivity may be a step behind here of the velocity and the CC. So it's hard to confirm if there's something in here. Again, there's that secondary rotation just now passing the Foraker area. Both of these are pretty dangerous areas of rotation here, coming up towards Ewan, Cedar Val, Sedan, Elgin, Grafton, and Cloverdale. Checking in, still rotation here between Coyville and Toronto. Continue being in your safe space, as well as the areas here near Fredonia. Continue to be in your safe space. Into central Oklahoma, still seeing rotation here, coming up towards the Marshall area. Not as strong as it was earlier. Still taking that one seriously, though. And then we still have really dangerous storms down here in Texas near Electra. Is the first storm. This storm here is really starting to ramp up. It's actually in a tornado warning, but it's the tornado warning is for the storm near Electra. You can see that rotation there. As this storm continues moving north and east towards the Burke-Burnett area, we're going to have to watch that storm. But this storm is on its southern end. It's really starting to wrap itself up. It's probably going to need its own tornado warning. We were warning about both of these storms earlier. They're both capable of producing tornadoes. This one has rotation picking up here east of 183 and north of 82 right now. Generally, this is headed towards the Iowa Park area. So I would stay in your tornado safe space if you're in Cadane Corner, Valley View. You have a danger storm that's coming up again from the south and west. The storm here near Electra is still trying near Folks and Electra. We'll have to monitor that as it comes up towards Granfield and Burke-Burnett, right on the Oklahoma-Texas state line. And then still large hail-producing thunderstorms down from Seymour to Knox City. Seeing some broad rotation with those storms, but nothing imminently tornadic. But yeah, getting a little more concerned here with this storm. Now into the Lake Kemp area, likely moving more towards Iowa Park. Still have these strong cells here. One near Electra, and then one back further coming towards Cadane Corner. Yeah, we're going to rewarn this one. This is for that storm that we were just talking about over Electra. Moving east at 30. I would say east-northeast at 30. It's almost kind of center line for the Burke-Burnett area. About 35 minutes. Did I type that right? Yeah, about 35 minutes to Burke-Burnett. That's moving east-northeast at 30. And then, yeah, checking this storm here. Starting to wrap itself up. It is likely also in that same 30 to 35 range. So just tracking that out. Iowa Park, about 35 minutes. It's not tornado warned at the moment. It's a severe thunderstorm. But that one I would say is capable of producing a tornado. Generally coming towards Iowa Park. I can see that one there. And then this one Also, warning goes out towards Granfield, DeVol, Burke Burnett, Cashin community, and the northern sides of Iowa Park. The tornadic circulation for the storm near Electra is likely going to go north of you guys, but I would start getting into tornado safety plans here for this next storm that's coming up along the Highway 82 corridor, north of Holiday towards Cadane Corner, Valley View, and Iowa Park. That's the storm here that I would kind of be ready to prepare for. We've had some new warnings, I think, extended here for the Cedar Val area. Let's check in on this storm. Still showing areas of rotation. There's one here, still in Oklahoma, and then we have one coming up right close to the Ewens area. Very interesting storm with an appendage that shows kind of two areas of rotation. Some big hail back in here coming up through Cedar Val, so this is a dangerous storm here. It's going to continue moving up between Cedar Val, Ewing, Sedan, Grafton, Cloverdale, and points between Grafton and Cloverdale. Checking in on our storm here near Toronto in in Kansas. Still seeing rotation here near Toronto, Coyville, a bit of rotation here. This is turning into a little bit of a line of embedded rotations. So the Toronto one that was originally in the warning is pretty broad. There's a little tighter one here near Coyville. And then there's also one here north of Fredonia, moving generally towards Buffalo, Guilford. This whole area is all tornado warned, so please be in your tornado safety space here. Kind of 3, maybe even 4 areas of circulation coming kind of northeast. So if you're out ahead of this, Guilford, Buffalo, Altoona, Toronto, up to the Yates Center, start paying attention, start getting into your tornado safety plans. The storm here still down in the Newton area, coming up to the Lucerne and Unionville. That storm is still tornado warned. A new tornado warning, though, for the cell behind it. It's again one of those situations where the tornado or the storms are in similar environments, so they tend to do similar things. So this storm is a new rotation along US 65 between Tyndall and Spinkard, Missouri. Pretty strong rotation showing up. It's a little bit at the broad level here. We're far away from the radar site. This is going to continue kind of moving up in that same general direction. So Spinkard, Tyndall, up to Wintersville, Harris, Judson, Topsy, Millgrove. All need to be in your tornado safety plans. That is a dangerous cell here coming up your way. People that were in the tornado warning between Harris and Newton probably just want Newtown. Need to just probably stay in your tornado safe space here and let this next storm pass. We're far from the radar site, so unless we get a confirmation, we're probably not going to get radar confirmed. It's going to be just too hard to see on the radar this far away, but that is a pretty strong circulation showing up here along US 65 between Spinkard and Tyndall, Missouri. This likely has a similar path. Let's see, 35, moving northeast at 35. Let's get this here. Northeast at 35 gives you about 30 minutes to the Newtown area again. So Newtown, you're in a tornado warning now. The storm behind you is kind of following the same path. Harris, about 30 minutes, 25-30 minutes. Spinkard and Tyndall right now. And then Wintersville, all this area, Wintersville, Newtown, Harris, about 25 to 30 minutes. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. Just checking all these areas. We called these areas out earlier. But that's a pretty good hail core here between Watertown and Slinger in southern Wisconsin. That is generally lifting east-northeast. That's going to be Lebanon right now, and then over towards Neosho, Rubicon, Hartford, and southern Wisconsin. So that's a pretty good hail core showing up there. Nothing rotating up here. The primary threat in southern Wisconsin and the Great Lakes here, the primary threat eventually maybe over towards the northern lower Michigan is damaging winds and hail. So we just covered those storms here in northern Missouri. Watching some new storms here in kind of north central Missouri. Yeah, they're generally on the upswing and have a little bit of broad rotation around the Blue Mound and Beauregard area. So those are going to be worth watching here. South of Chillicothe, Missouri. Kansas City right now just a mess of non-severe thunderstorms. We have our big mess of storms here in Kansas. This storm in particular near Cedar Val and Ewens, still showing strong rotation right here near Cedar Val and Ewens. Large hail also showing up in this storm. A couple areas of rotation right around the Ewens area. Yeah, just really hard to see stuff here this far from the radar site, but that's some big hail showing up too in the Ewens area. Still some rotation now east of Foraker and northeast of Blackland in northern Oklahoma, so watching that part of the storm. And then the big mess of severe thunderstorms right now along the I-35 corridor. Still have our rotating supercell north of Marshall. Kind of broad rotation at the moment. So good sign on that storm at the moment. Oklahoma City, not much going on right now. The storms that were out west of Oklahoma City have stayed quiet. There's the dying storm near Anadarko. There are 2 new tornado warnings out here in northern and western Kansas. This is in a severe thunderstorm watch. This is out towards Leoti and Scott City. And yeah, that's a decent circulation out here. Leoti and Scott City. And then north of there, there's actually 3 storms. Interesting. This is a bit of a... There's a bit of a blip that is showing some pretty good rotation on it right now. So just because we're not seeing a lot of reflectivity, I think this storm is going to probably go tornado warned in a little bit too. That is some pretty good rotation. And then along US 83 up here near Elkader, and northwest Kansas. So yeah, there's 3 circulations out here in northwest Kansas to be watching for. Elkader and points north along US 83. Also along US 83 here near Kansas 4. I'd also be watching that storm north of Scott City. And then this area here south and east of Leoti and west of Scott City. If there's any chasers out here, these are probably a little bit more rain free. These are probably going to be a little easier to see. We might get some interesting pictures out of these storms. Hopefully they stay in some less populated areas too. Alright, let me see if we get any updates here. That storm that was originally near Stillwater had a tornado on it when we first kind of got the stream going. Okay, earlier there was a land spout tornado that was in that Leote storm. So yeah, that's the kind of. I just retweeted it. WXCastUSA dot or not .com. WXCastUSA at Twitter, and it's kind of the typical land spout. It's clear of any hard precipitation and just kind of a wispy land spout on a super flat horizon, like you would kind of expect out here in western Kansas. So these areas here, tornado warns, storms for on and off land spouts. And again, not tornado warned at the moment, but this storm here along US 83 north of Scott City is also rotating. And then that one here near Elkader. Right now, the strongest storms in the more populated areas right now are affecting these areas here north and west of Wichita Falls at the moment. We have an ongoing tornado warning for this circulation that's coming up towards Burke Burnett and Granfield along the Oklahoma-Texas state line. You can see this is the Red River right in here. So Oklahoma and Texas. If you're not familiar with the area there. It goes like that. Whoa. Red River. Like that. So this is right now north and east of Electra, coming up towards Granfield and Burke Burnett, Texas. Also, again, watching the storm to its southwest. There's two supercells here. They've been interacting with each other for a little bit. But we have our lead supercell, then we have our next one is kind of just down in this area. Right now, this one's tornado warned. This one is severe thunderstorm warned. If that starts to wrap itself up, it would be headed towards more of the Iowa Park and Burke Burnett area as well. So regardless, the areas here near Cadine Corner, Valley View up to Iowa Park, Bacon, Cashin Community, and Burke Burnett, Thrift, Clara, over towards Haynesville and Electra. I'd all be in your safe space, not just for the storm right now that's kind of between Electra and Burke Burnett and that circulation there, but watching a circulation develop in this area and move towards Iowa Park and Burke Burnett. Two strong cells. Can put the radar in motion. They're not moving particularly fast. They're, I think, at 25 or 30. And then there's the reflectivity. Yeah, up here. And then kind of back down here in this little notch. They're generally moving kind of north-northeast. So if you're in the Burke Burnett, Granfield, down to Iowa Park area, please be taking your tornado safety plans. Let me see if we have a camera down that way. Okay, let's see. Okay, we've had some new tornado warnings here near Scott City. Alright, had a little bit of a connection issue, but I was also trying to get a camera going. New tornado warning indicated near Scott City. Tornado capable of producing a tornado out here. This cell has had a history of the land spouts. Also that cell near Alcator also is tornado warned. Still seeing some rotation in this tiny little blip cell, so that's one to watch. But anything out here in western Kansas along 83 and south of 70. Okay. A little bit of an internet glitch there. Sorry about that. Looks like we're still rolling though, so keep it going here. We've had extensions of the tornado warnings along the southern rotation. That's east of Foraker. Okay. Internet's glitching a little bit. The southern rotation that's east of Foraker is still headed kind of north-northeast south of Elgin right now. Need to be in your tornado safe space here. South Hurd and Big Heart. And then they did extend that warning for the rotation that's now up northeast of Ewing, between Ewing and Sedan, over towards Grafton and Hale. Remember, I said you guys need to be in a warning anyway, and it looks like that has came true. They've shifted that warning a little bit further east. If that continues up towards Longton, you guys would need another warning again. But that rotation is here near Sedan, between Cedar Vale and Sedan, over toward Peru. You guys all need to be in a tornado safe space here. This is a big messy area of rotations. The rotations have weakened a little bit in the Toronto area, so those have been allowed to expire. There's still a severe thunderstorm warning up there. Still watching that area though. There's some stronger rotation here near Buffalo, Rest, Villas, Roper. This is now north and east of Fredonia. If that holds together in the Buffalo area, it could come up towards Humboldt and Petrolia along 169, Chanute, Kansas. I feel like we were just talking about you guys, but that was yesterday. So that area there in southeast Kansas still has a big mess of tornado warnings. And then still watching these two cells here near, now east of the I-35 corridor in northern Missouri. Still rotation showing up near Newtown, headed up towards Unionville. And then south of that, back along US 65, there's rotation near the Spinkard area, coming up towards Harris and possibly Newtown again. So we have those tornado warnings there. We have a big line of severe thunderstorms from Pella, Okaloosa, Eddyville, Blakesburg, over towards Knoxville, Morovia, and Moulton, all in Iowa right now. Little bit of broad rotation here that we'll have to keep watching as it comes up towards Buzzy. We have a new tornado watch that covers northern and western Illinois, and then also eastern Iowa. seeing what some of the newest guidance is. Yeah, so they're expecting let's see, they are expecting some isolated tornadoes. Couple of tornadoes possible, scattered hail to 2-inch in diameter and up to 70-mile-an-hour winds are likely in that new tornado watch here around Cedar Rapids, Iowa City, Galesburg, Illinois, and down into the Quad Cities up towards Rockford and south and west of Madison, Wisconsin. Especially watching these storms here in northern Missouri and central Missouri as they continued into a tornado favorable environment here. They're going to continue moving kind of north and east into those areas. Also some development up here in the Dubuque area and Darlington, in northern and eastern Iowa, and also southern Wisconsin. I haven't yet seen much rotation up here. It's mostly just been hail and damaging winds, but the area is pretty favorable. Kansas City still quiet right now. Let's see. Seeing if they're saying anything about this watch area here in the Kansas City area. Okay, yeah, this was a newer watch. It was issued about an hour ago. A few tornadoes likely, scattered hail up to 2 inches likely, and 70-mile-an-hour winds likely. That was for this tornado watch that covers southern Kansas over to Joplin, Sedalia, and Moberly, Missouri, and then kind of over to the Kansas City area, something like that. That area is, let's see, that's till midnight also. That's till midnight Central Daylight Time. And also that other tornado watch, the new tornado watch that covers eastern Illinois, northeastern Missouri, and extreme western Illinois, that is also till midnight Central Daylight Time. Right now, we're down here a minute. We have only 5 tornado warnings right now. A couple are out here around the Scott City area. There's been a couple land spouts out here. One actually produced some damage to power poles. We have ongoing severe storms in Iowa and northern Missouri. Primary hail and damaging wind threats, but the ones particularly here now in the Unionville, Milan, down towards Trenton area have had on and off tornado warnings. So far, still nothing severe in the Kansas City area, but we've had the cluster of tornado warnings down here in southeast Kansas, between Fredonia, Toronto, down towards Cedar Vale, and still have ongoing tornado warnings here near Humboldt, Chanute, and Buffalo. Still have rotation here showing up between those cities. Buffalo, not in it yet, would be Chanute, Petrolia, and Humboldt. You guys need to pay attention to this storm as it lifts north and east. Okay, looks like the internet glitch that we had there. Sorry if the stream and or the audio cut out there. We had a little bit of an internet glitch. for a second. Still then, down near Sedan, have ongoing rotation. There's two areas here, one coming up towards Sedan, and that'll keep lifting north and east in this tornado warning towards Grafton and Hale. We mentioned you guys a while back. And then also rotation down here near Elgin and Chautauqua, right on the Kansas and Oklahoma state line. If that continues to lift more north than east, it may start to go into Kansas a little more towards Neotaz, Caney, and Chautauqua, so we all need to be paying attention there. Also, this area around Copen in Oklahoma. It's probably going to go just north of you guys, but anywhere up along Copen Lake, need to pay attention to that storm. And just double checking, none of the tornadoes, all the tornadoes right now are radar indicated, so that's a good sign. The storm that was tornado warned as it came across Kingfisher and Marshall, that rotation has broadened, so just a severe thunderstorm with some large hail and gusty winds out of that storm. I want to quickly, though, move down to the Burke-Burnett area. We've seen two supercells coming through this area. The one has weakened. The first one here, the lead cell, was tornado warned for quite a while near Electra as it's coming up towards Granfield. That one has weakened quite a bit. Now, we talked about the interaction between the two supercells, and sometimes that's a benefit. You can see here that rotation there. They were kind of coexisting, but that storm on the northern side has slowed down quite a bit. You can see the southern storm has intensified its rotation, especially as it's come across here near the Folks area. So this area is now under a tornado warning. In the Folks area down to Iowa Park, we talked about you guys over an hour ago, so hopefully you've taken your tornado precautions. Clara, Burke-Burnett, Thrift, and areas along 287 here, Iowa Park up to Electra. You guys still need to be in your tornado safety precautions. This storm has cut off the lead storm. Yeah, the lead storm's rotation is like barely there at all, so it's done. It's the new rotation that's picked up here, coming across now 287. That's going to be coming up towards Burke-Burnett. Burke-Burnett is kind of center line for this storm. Let's see. Golf ball size hail and also 25 miles an hour. These storms have been a little bit slower moving too. Good thing about that is they've had some pretty intense tornadoes down in this area near Seymour. Yeah, Seymour, Texas. And the good news is, going a little bit slower here, we've had some pretty good lead times down here. So Iowa Park and Burke-Burnett, I think I've been calling you guys out for 30 or 40 minutes, even more. And finally now we have a tornado warning for you guys. Burke-Burnett going at 25 miles an hour. This storm is still about a half hour away. So you have time to get to your tornado safe space if you're along I-44 here and along the Red River in Burke-Burnett, Texas. Iowa Park, it's going to be likely just north of the downtown. We're watching the rotation is more out along 287 towards the Folks area. So that's the area that we got to really watch headed towards Burke-Burnett. It looks like this is going to stay north of Iowa Park unless it makes a really hard right. Still some storms back all the way down US 82 through Seymour and then back still towards Knott City. I feel like those storms have just been kind of sitting and redeveloping over there. Nothing imminently tornadic. There's a bunch of big hailers in here. I have to watch a little bit. This tail end Charlie might try and rotate near Monday. And if that does pick up, it would head up the the US 82 corridor towards Seymour again. Again, nothing tornadic at the moment, but we do have to watch those. A big hailstorm north of Seymour over Lake Kemp again. And then still more hail back here between Electra and Valley View and Cadane Corner. It's the tornadic circulation that we're watching here, getting inflow in this area and then outflow wrapping around. So tornado would be sitting in here. We do see there's still circulation picking up. Not seeing anything on the CC drop at the moment, but still have to watch this storm here as it's a radar indicated tornado and golf ball sized hail. Northwestern Wichita Falls, Burke Burnett, Iowa Park, Electra. Keeping an eye on everything here. Those storms that we mentioned south of Chillicothe have gone severe warned with a tornado possible tag. You can see there's some rotation, especially in this storm between Hale and Meadville in central Missouri. So that is one to watch. And then also watching a little bit of rotation down here near Hale and points south between Blue Mound and Hale. These storms have been upscaling over the last 30-40 minutes to an hour, so they are ones to watch here in central Missouri. Also some pretty big hailstorms here between Trenton and Galt along Missouri 6. Not seeing much rotation in there, so that's a good sign right now. And rotation has come down in this area around Unionville. Still some in here. If it picked back up, it'd be heading in the Unionville area. And gusty winds coming through Iowa here towards Buzzy, headed up towards Okaloosa in Iowa. Still seeing rotation here. It's broadening and weakening a little bit on the northern end, north of Sedan, but there's still one here coming up towards Peru. This is your stronger circulation now. I think that's going to be riding up Peru and Hale, maybe up towards Elk City in Kansas. And then still some circulation here near Humboldt. It's going to be replaced with a tornado possible tag. There's some areas here of rotation kind of on a line between Yates Center and west of Humboldt and Chanute. So again, if you can, get into a sturdy structure away from windows and on the lowest level into your room. If you're coming up here, Humboldt, Iola, along 169, those storms could easily spin back up and a new tornado warning could be needed. So right now it's a bit of a messy storm, but it could easily spin back up. Tulsa area immediately has been quiet so far. Storms are still north of you guys. Pretty strong storm. This was tornado warned a while back, but it is now just broad rotation and mostly a hail producing thunderstorm coming up towards Red Rock. 60 mile an hour winds and some close to 2-inch hail. That'll be coming up Red Rock, Marland. That's also along US 30 or I-35. Hail core actually right now just along I-35. They're going to reissue a tornado warning for that rotation that I mentioned around the Peru area. So again, that was kind of running up along the eastern edge of that boundary. Neotaz, hail, and points just around the Elk City area. I'd be taking your tornado safety precautions here. Rotation picking up near Peru, moving north-northeast. Busy day, a lot of, woo, almost fell out of the chair. Busy day, a lot of severe weather, a lot of tornado warnings. We're going to get you through it here. So thanks for tuning in. We're covering a large-scale severe weather and tornado outbreak here in the Midwest. It's now 6:16 in Central Time, so for anyone new that's tuning in, let's just get a little bit of a reset here. We have a large area of moderate risk. This is a 4 out of 5 on the Storm Prediction Center's Severe Weather Index. That means severe weather is likely. Large hail, damaging winds, and strong tornadoes are all possible. That includes the northwest areas northwest of Dallas, up towards Wichita Falls. That area right now, Burke Burnett, Texas, over to Iowa City there in Texas, is under a tornado warning. That includes Oklahoma City, Tulsa, Wichita, south of Kansas City, and just into the I-49 corridor around Joplin in southwest Missouri. That is the 4 out of 5 moderate risk. A larger enhanced risk is for the Dallas area, for areas along just the east side of the Texas Panhandle, down southwest of Dallas, Springfield, Missouri, up towards Jefferson City, Columbia, Missouri, and then also areas around Quincy, northern Missouri, Galesburg, the Quad Cities, up towards the I-80 corridor, Iowa City, over to Des Moines, just south and east of Omaha, and then back through central and eastern Kansas, all under a enhanced risk. And we've seen a bit of tornadoes and also a lot of damaging winds and hail in the enhanced risk, especially in southern Iowa and northern Missouri at the moment. Also, a larger risk, a larger slight risk, is includes those landspout areas back in eastern Colorado and western Kansas. The slight risk goes all the way down to the Mexican border, south and west of San Antonio, up through Austin, Waco, East Texas, and then southeast Oklahoma. Much of northwestern Arkansas is under the slight risk, as well as much of central Missouri from Springfield up towards Rolla, just west of the St. Louis area, and then also much of northern Illinois, Chicago, Bloomington, Milwaukee. That slight risk continues across to northern lower Michigan, so Bay City, Saginaw, up towards Traverse City, and then back down through Milwaukee and Madison, and also northern Iowa around Dubuque, and north of Des Moines, Omaha, Lincoln, and then back down to Kansas. That's your slight risk. Watching especially up here in northern Illinois and southern Wisconsin and Michigan, watching for some damaging wind and large hail threat is the primary mode of severe weather up here, but also a tornado watch does extend into southern Wisconsin. And are seeing some clues here in the Traverse City, Petoskey area in Michigan about some storm development, so we'll see if those storms get going in Michigan. It's been pretty quiet so far in Michigan. It's been a little bit more active in the corridor here from Milwaukee back to Dubuque. You can see there's ongoing severe thunderstorm warnings there. A big cluster of severe thunderstorm warnings here in southern Iowa and northern Missouri. And then a big cluster of tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings here in southeast Kansas. And then still have the tornado warning here in the Burke Burnett, Texas area. That's the storm I want to focus in on right now. It's a still slow-moving storm. So Burke Burnett, Texas, Iowa Park, you guys have been under a tornado warning for actually quite a while. It's a bit more impressive looking on the reflectivity than the velocity, but still a rotating thunderstorm. This is a dangerous storm producing some large hail. And this could quickly spin up, and if it did, the tornado would be coming close to the Burke Burnett area. So I don't think it's on the ground right now, but we got to take these things seriously here, especially Iowa Park up to Burke Burnett, Texas, Clara, Texas, and just north of Bacon, Texas, along I-44 here along the Red River. It's a dangerous storm. You can see the notch here, picking up the inflow. Tornado likes to sit right up in this notch. Still not seeing a defined areas of rotation, but there is some rotation picking up right in that area there. So it's been trying to rotate. It hasn't. Woo! It hasn't yet, but it might try. Didn't have the mic back on, so whoops. Sorry about that. I was just saying that this storm has been moving in the Peru area more east northeast, so we're gonna have to watch that in the Peru area coming up towards Independence. But the other thing I was watching is the rotation signatures have gone down a little bit in this storm near Humboldt. The one thing I think we really have to watch is this area here from Humboldt and the 169 corridor down to Winfield, Ponca City, Cedar Val. This area has had a lot of heavy rain and training thunderstorms. They've all kind of been moving like this in a big cluster of storms across each other. So we're really going to have to watch this area, I think, for some flash flooding threat. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning coming towards the southern suburbs of Kansas City. There's a bit of rotation in there, but I think mostly this is going to be a wind threat. This is a wind threat coming up into the Kansas City area. That storm that I talked about a long time ago that had some rotation in mid-Missouri here near Meadville and Laclede, that has actually gone tornado warned here along US 36 east of Chillicothe and west of Marceline. So that is a tornado warned storm located near Meadville, near Meadville, moving northeast at 30. It's a pretty messy storm too. Moving northeast at 30. So Laclede about 5 minutes, Forker about 7 minutes, and then Brookfield about 15 minutes. This is all along US 36. Big area of severe thunderstorms with embedded hail, and every now and then they've had some rotation that's intensified that's worth a tornado warning. Those areas in northern Missouri right now don't look particularly tornadic. And then also there's a ton of severe thunderstorms in Iowa, producing heavy rain, high winds, and some small hail are the primary threats in here. A line from Okaloosa down east now, or west now of Tumwa, and then coming up towards Bloomfield, Centerville, and then down into Missouri, Unionville. We'll have to watch this area. This could be a developing QLCS type situation with a squall line. We'll have to watch that area as it comes across eastern and southern Iowa at the moment. Still have the warning here down by Wichita Falls, which is now under a severe thunderstorm warning for 1.5 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds for this storm that is out here west of Holiday. Some rotation in there, not showing much right now. Still rotation showing, though, near Burke Burnett. That's quickly lifting up. Well, not quickly. It's at 25 miles an hour. Over the Clara right now, and then coming up towards Thrift and Burke Burnett along the Red River here in Texas. Iowa Park over to Wichita Falls and Scotland. Still want to be safe space here as we have a pretty damaging severe thunderstorm coming up with some large hail. This is going to be moving towards you guys. It's moving a little more east than northeast. This is for 1.5 inch hail. That's ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. And that's moving east northeast at 40. That puts it into Wichita Falls in about 30 to 35 minutes. So definitely start getting into sturdy building here. Get away from windows as this storm approaches. You don't want to be near windows if you got wind-driven hail. And also likely some hail even a little closer to that, up towards Iowa Park here along 287. There might be some hail up here. Also some hail coming up towards Granfield along the Red River here north of the tornadic circulation. That is, we can look at that again. It's still in here and it's still rotating. It's a bit of a weak rotation. It's there though. You can see it's this storm has tried. It just hasn't had all of the ingredients come together yet. We'll have to continue watching it though. This is a dangerous supercell thunderstorm. It's going to continue moving into southern Oklahoma now. So if you're out ahead of this, Granfield, Burke Burnett still, up towards Walters and Temple in southern. Still some large hail here between Gorey and Seymour. Not seeing a lot of rotation at the moment. But that could always pick up large hail here along 82 near Beaumartin and Hefner and Red Springs. Red Springs, we called you guys out earlier. And Red Springs actually had a hail report from earlier today of 1 inch in diameter. So still some large hail coming back into this same area. Watching any rotation pick up there. I don't see any at the moment. Still rotating up here, though, near Burke Burnett and Clara right now. This would be coming over towards Randlet, Devil, possibly up towards Granfield and Burke Burnett here, just on the Red River. So we really need to pay attention to this storm here as it's about to cross the Red River. Right along 240, Thrift and Clara, that's where your circulation is coming up in Clara now, right headed towards Thrift. The Burke Burnett area, the circulation is probably going to slide just to your northwest, somewhat like this, headed more towards the Devil area, but also watching for gusty winds and maybe some hail pushing out of this storm. That would all be coming towards the Burke Burnett area. And also watching more of these storms backbuild here towards Rotan, Hamlin, Rochester, and Haskell in Texas. We'll have to see if those go severe eventually. Our other tornado warning has been extended. That is now, like I said earlier, towards the Independence area, Caney, and as far as the Neodesha area, just south of Neodesha. That area, talked about you guys earlier. The storm is moving a little bit more east-northeast. So still have some circulation in here. In the Peru area, coming up towards Independence and eventually Neodesha. That area also has some hail and a lot of strong winds up in there. Kansas City, non-severe at the moment. Still watching you guys here for Paola. Yeah, not seeing anything tornadic here at the moment, but Paola up towards Aubrey. Those will slide into the Lee Summit area eventually, into the southern Kansas City suburbs. Also have some strong but non-severe storms Overland Park into Kansas City. There's a bit of a break in the severe weather in that part of the storms, but then over here near Laclede and Brookfield in Missouri, we have still an ongoing tornado warning. Rotation in the Laclede area, moving northeast towards Brookfield. If that gets extended, Grantsville and points north of Brookfield, so Johnstown, St. Catherine, Leverton, all in Missouri, need to be paying attention. Okay. This area, again, has had a lot of rain from Maryville, Missouri, all the way over through I-35, approaching the Kirksville area. Yeah, just double checking my connection here. So watching for flood threat over here on the northern end of this storm system here. And then also 70-mile-an-hour winds are a hazard here coming up from Okaloosa, New Sharon, over towards Sigourney, North English, Keota, Hedrick in Iowa. Not seeing a lot of tornadic indications here, but this is some pretty strong wind showing up near Okaloosa, pushing out in this line here. So we really got to start paying attention for some really high winds coming through this area south of I-80 from Pella, Okaloosa towards Ottumwa, Bloomfield. That area here is really developing into a wind threat here. Down the line, this is headed generally towards Iowa City and eventually towards the Quad Cities. Still have strong storms up here. There's a tornado possible tag now near Monroe. This is south of Madison. $half size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds, along with a decent circulation here. This is showing up towards Monticello in Wisconsin. So Monticello, if you can, I would be taking your tornado safety precautions here. This is a storm that's definitely got some dangerous hail potential, and so that would also be Exeter, New Glarus, Postville, Albany, and Belleville, all in southern Wisconsin right now. You can see here it has a decent rotation on it. It also has a nice radar presentation in the reflectivity. This is an area here with getting some nice inflow, uncontaminated. There's not really any storms below it. You can see the hail core up in here towards Monticello, New Glarus, and Postville, and then your rotation is sitting just down here in this notch, and that's pretty textbook right there. So if that ramps up in just a little bit of intensity, I would assume that this area here, Monticello, Albany, Exeter, New Glarus, Belleville, maybe as far as the Magnolia, Evansville, and Union areas in Wisconsin would get a tornado warning. So we're really watching this area here. It'll probably skip here just a second when the reflectivity picks up. It's probably about here now, just to the south and east of Monticello. That's where I'd be watching here. If you guys in Monticello can be in your tornado safety space, that is definitely an area that I think deserves watching here. Attica, Exeter, Dayton, Wisconsin, New Glarus, Albany, and probably just north of the Stearns, Wisconsin area. That is a pretty powerful cell. There's also a pretty good hail core coming up towards the Argyle, Wisconsin. Still, there's developing thunderstorms with some small hail potential in a lot of southern Wisconsin right now. That one is the cell to watch at the moment. Again, rotation here just to the southwest of Monticello. If that holds together as rotation, it'd be in the Monticello area, then eventually over towards Albany, Evansville, Magnolia, and then maybe as far as the Union area up in Wisconsin. Let's track this storm out here. It's going to get a tornado warning right now as we just discussed it here, but 25 miles an hour. That puts it in Albany in about 25 minutes. So, yep, we just got an upgrade here from the severe thunderstorm warning to a tornado warning. This is right near Monticello and moving east at 35, tornado and $half sized hail. And that is going to include Monticello, Stearns, Albany, Attica, and then areas here, New Glarus, Exeter. You guys are in line for the hail. So please be in your tornado safe space. Monticello, Albany, and just on the north side of Stearns. Attica as well. And then watch this storm here if you're out ahead of this. If you're in Evansville, Magnolia, Spring Valley, this is a pretty undisturbed environment out here. These storms have a decent amount of potential energy to work with. And yeah, that rotation is showing up. It hasn't really picked up in intensity much, but it's been there for a little while. And it definitely has a good radar presentation, at least structurally, for tornadic development here. It's got a strong hail core. You can see kind of the outflow of this storm, and then it's hooking around on the south side. So it's got good ventilation. It's got a deep hail core indicating a deep updraft, and it's got a rotating mesocyclone. So pretty good. And these storms aren't always like this in this part of the country here in Wisconsin. So Wisconsin, southern Wisconsin, when they get tornadoes, a lot of those tend to be the QLCS type lines, squall lines coming through with embedded circulations, and not like fully discrete supercells a lot of times. So this is a bit rare for this area, as this is kind of a fully structured supercell thunderstorm here. Monticello right now, please be in your safe space. Monticello, Wisconsin, over towards Albany and Attica, Wisconsin. Again, Stearns, you're right on the edge here. Stearns, you're in the warning. It's likely going to slide just to the north of Stearns. But especially Albany, this is sliding your way here, moving east at about east-northeast at about 35 miles an hour. Monroe in Wisconsin, that's going to be well north of you guys right now. Checking on our other tornado warning, still just radar indicated. This is far from a radar site, so unless there's a spotter around here, we're not going to get a lot of indication. But Laclede and Brookfield still be in our safe space here. Finally, a little bit tornado free for Humboldt. Still some rotation in here, watching this area around Moran. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible, so we do have to take some of these rotations seriously in here, especially if they can organize a little bit towards Moran. And then also watching this severe thunderstorm with a tornado possible down near Independence. A few areas of rotation. Kind of a broad area of rotation coming up through Independence. This is in Kansas. So really watching that area. Severe thunderstorm still near Ponca City right now. Has a little bit of broad rotation in it. That storm has been on the downtrend. And then checking out this area around Perry. Not seeing much. It looks a little suspicious looking, but I guess it's more just a cluster of storms right now. Watching here for the dry line, we have some new development here. You can actually see the dry line right in here near Woodward, Oklahoma. So watching this new development here back along the dry line, that is going to have to be areas to watch here up in Cheyenne to Woodward, Oklahoma. And then south of Lawton right now, we have an extended tornado warning in the Burke-Burnett, Texas area. This storm, I think, is finally trying to wrap itself up. It's been trying for at least an hour or so to really get organized. We can see the inflow coming in like this over Burke-Burnett. Likely some strong winds right now over Burke-Burnett. And then it's surging out here also. So some high winds associated with this storm. But the rotation is sitting back in here by Thrift. This has come across the Clara area here into Thrift, Texas. This is right along the Red River. This new tornado warning, we called. That's a dangerous supercell here coming up towards Burke-Burnett, Texas. Rotation does seem to be picking up in this second storm near Holiday. So we're really going to have to watch this storm as it's headed towards the Wichita Falls area. That would be affecting then Iowa Park and Wichita Falls eventually. A long line of severe thunderstorms with hail That all the way is building back towards Rotan and Rule. Seeing a little bit of broad rotation here now in this storm near Rule and Haskell. So we really got to watch out for some of these storms back here. Already being warned for ping pong ball sized hail. This storm near Rotan is likely going to go severe warn. That's some pretty big hail signature showing up north of Rotan in Texas 70, Texas Highway 70. You can see the purples and pinks in here. That's some decent hail core. That's probably 2-inch hail up in here. That should go severe warn. So interestingly enough, right now, our strongest, our best presenting supercells on radar are the one here at the Red River, Burke Burnett, Thrift, Texas, and then the one on the complete opposite end of the tornado watches, the one up here in southern Wisconsin near Monticello, Wisconsin. So we have two pretty strong and organized supercell thunderstorms. What I'm going to do real quick is we're going to go up to the tornado warning in Wisconsin and take a look and see how that one's going. It's gotten a little bit more broad. It's also lifted a little bit further north. This is in the Monticello area coming up towards Exeter. Especially Highway C between Monticello and Attica. You guys really need to be in your safe space here. Moving up east-northeast. We have a new severe thunderstorm watch that covers areas here in southeast Wisconsin. Let's see if I can get some info. Okay, this one says it is good until midnight Central Time. Midnight Central Time for scattered large hail, isolated very large hail, up to 2 inches in diameter possible, scattered damaging winds up to 70 miles possible, and then a tornado or two is also possible. That is the new severe thunderstorm watch that covers southern Wisconsin. And we have had a severe thunderstorm hail producer, actually a couple of them. The one near Argyle also has a good hail core, and then this is a severe thunderstorm with a rotating updraft right in here near Monticello, producing hail and a chance of a tornado. The rotation area is broadened, but you can see the hail showing up on the CC, so especially Exeter, New Glarus, and areas north sides of Monticello, you're going to see some hail, as well as this area here south of Postville. The tornado threat, I would say right now, is a little bit diminished, at least for the short term on this cell, as it moves up towards Attica, Albany, Exeter, Monticello, Attica. Still be in your safe space here. This is a storm that is capable of producing a tornado. If that tightens back up, that could create a tornado situation in a very short amount of time. Still have a hail-producing thunderstorm near Dubuque. I think we've had one there for a while. Tornado warning has been allowed to expire. So right now, Iowa, you guys have had a busy day yesterday, but Iowa right now has just severe thunderstorm warnings. No tornado warnings right now. Same for Missouri. Right now, just some severe thunderstorms. Now in north central Missouri, and then also coming into the Kansas City area. Severe thunderstorms coming into Lee's Summit, Grain Valley, Buckner, downtown Kansas City over to Overland Park, Aubrey, Belton, down towards Paola. And then also severe thunderstorms. No tornado at the moment, but these do have tornado possible, especially this area around Moran. I'm watching that area, but that's lifting up towards Blue Mound, Pleasanton, Centerville. Particularly this area here, Moran up to Xenia and Mapleton. That area is worth watching for a tornado possible. Right in here near 54 and 59. Really watching that area. Tornado possible tag down here near Independence. That tornado warning has been allowed to expire, replaced with a tornado possible tag. Still some broad rotation. Actually, maybe a couple areas of broad rotation showing up in that severe thunderstorm warning. That seems to be on the downtrend in that part of the storm. Watching a couple cells here, Ponca City producing hail. I'm watching this storm. It has a bit of a structure. It stood out to me a few minutes ago, and it had like no rotation. It's still standing out to me a little bit now, and it does have a little bit more rotation than it did earlier. So that one is one to watch. It's non-severe at the moment, but if it goes severe warned or tornado warned, it'd be coming up towards Red Rock and Marlin. At least it's got a special weather statement for 50-mile-an-hour winds and nickel-sized hail. That storm has been on the uptrend. If the hail core grows and if the rotation grows, I wouldn't be surprised if this gets a severe thunderstorm warning in a little bit. And then back down here near Burke Burnett, Texas, we have a strong storm. It's probably close to producing a tornado finally. This storm has been trying for a while. We can see here how it was around Clara. It was still a bit broad in the rotation. As that has come across the areas here around Thrift, the inflow has really picked up, and it's really started to intensify here. It's right over the Red River between Thrift and Devol in Oklahoma. So along US Highway 70, this is approaching Devol, Oklahoma. Burke Burnett, you guys are out of the tornadic threat, although there's still a threat for some damaging wind and large hail in here. If this doesn't produce a tornado near Devol, it's going to have to recycle again. It's becoming a bit outflow dominant here, and we have to watch its rear flank cutting off the inflow. That's around Randalet. If it does cut off the inflow, a new circulation would have to form a little bit further south and east. So Randalet is in the tornado warning. Stay in your tornado safe space. Randalet, Taylor, Temple over towards Cookietown and Walters. But especially Devol, Oklahoma right now, that is a strong circulation right here along the Red River. Let's back this up. I'm starting to see a CC drop in here. Are going to need probably another scan or two. That may be the start of a CC drop. We're going to have to just check it out, another scan or two. But that is a pretty tight rotation here now near Devol, Oklahoma. Pretty strong gate to gate. And a little bit of dropout right in the middle of that tornado signature here. Just gonna have to watch it here. This may be a developing tornado. It may be on the ground and we're just not seeing that debris pick up high enough. But this is pretty close to a tornado in progress here, right near Devol, Oklahoma. So especially, and yeah, they're gonna go with observed tornado here. Let's see. Confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located over Devol, moving northeast at 35. It's a weather spotter confirmed tornado. So this is an ongoing tornado here. So we saw it develop right over Devol. And yeah, you can see there is a bit of a circulation in here picking up on the CC drop. So it's not picking up to the level of where we see a big, debris ball, deep blue CC at the moment. That doesn't mean it's not on the ground. It's in there, and it's tucked in this rain. You can see the inflow wrapping into the storm. Storm going like this. It's really tightened up right over the Devol, Oklahoma area along US 70. So be in your tornado safe space, especially Randalet, Cookietown, Taylor, up towards Walters. This also is along I-44 here, DeVol, and east side's a Granfield. Granfield, it's going to miss you guys to the east, but if you're headed out a Granfield in the DeVol area. This is also headed generally kind of center line towards Cookietown, so Cookietown needs to be in your safe space here. Let's take a look here at the latest scans. Yeah, still seeing that debris ball. We're going to have to see if it deepens. It's kind of just stayed the same, so we're seeing it. We're just not seeing it deeply here, but there's your CC drop. There's your reflectivity, and there's your tornado vortex signature. This picked up in intensity right over the Thrift area. We can really start to see it spin up. Broad rotation over Clara and Thrift. We can see it's really tightened up here just crossing the Red River. And pretty tight circulation right in here near DeVol, Oklahoma. Again, this storm is a little bit outflow dominant, so it's going to start cutting off its own inflow. We'll have to wait and see how this recycles, but this is a dangerous storm in the DeVol, Oklahoma area. Again, seeing that tornado vortex signature right over DeVol. Now moving east, there it is right here. So still consistent CC drop. It's not very big. This is why it's sometimes hard to read the CCs. It's hard to read the correlation coefficient, but it's in there. You got the CC drop. Come on. And then there's your signature right there. It's starting to broaden a little bit. It's starting to weaken a little bit, but it's still on the ground. There's your CC drop right in here. That correlates directly with the circulation. And then we're also seeing it in the notch in there. Let's double check our storm down here near Iowa Park and Pleasant Valley. It's trying to do something, but it's still stayed broad as it's coming into the Iowa Park Pleasant Valley area. So not an imminent tornado threat, but a hail signature for sure coming in again to the Iowa Park Pleasant Valley area over towards Wichita Falls, especially northwest sides of Wichita Falls. Quickly want to go up. And okay, they allowed the tornado warning to expire for the Monticello area, and that rotation has weakened a lot. What's left of it is near the Attica area right now. Watching still a hail core come across here at New Glarus, Exeter, Monticello. Again, this is a storm that's the second storm back is in the same environment, so we'll have to see if it can try and tap that inflow and organize too. It has a potential. It's not really doing much now. You can see the area of weak rotation here now, right over the Attica, Exeter area. That area is weakened significantly, so I can see why they dropped the tornado warning. Larger severe thunderstorm warning near Sun Prairie, Madison. That's for our large hail gusty winds. A long line of severe thunderstorms right now. But watching the observed tornado right now here, now north of Burke Burnett, Texas. Burke Burnett, Texas, you guys are out of the tornado warning. So just some large hail damaging wind threat for you guys right now. But this is lifting off here just north of DeVol, headed up towards Cookietown. Yeah, it's starting to broaden out. Still seeing some CC drops in there. So we saw the CC drop just pick up right there as it was starting to enter Devol. You can still see it right in here. It's a very faint CC drop. It's right in this area here. Still a messy, faint CC drop, but it correlated perfectly with the rotation. That's now up in this area here. So still likely there. And now just moving a little bit north of that. It's getting a bit messier to see. So this may have lifted again. Although on here it shows it more clearly as a debris ball. Let's see. It may still be on the ground, or this may be lofted debris up in this area here. So, yep, there's the latest scan. So it's likely back on the ground. Right in there. So still an observed tornado here. This is coming up along I-44. You can see I-44 here. And coming up next in line is Cookie Town. You got the damaging tornado here near Devol, Texas. You can see here it still is an inflow notch. It's still getting enough inflow, and then you got the circulation wrapping around like this, sitting back in here. There's your velocity right in here. And then there's your CC drop. So we're still seeing that on radar. It's still working with what it's got. It's still a bit outflow dominant here, so we're still seeing that surge coming across Randalit. You have to watch out for some redevelopment down there. But right now we're seeing that tornado vortex signature and CC drop coming up generally towards Cookie Town right now. So very interesting as we've watched a tornado develop with broad rotation over Clara and Thrift, a tightening of the rotation. You can really see it spin here. And then peaked up here. This is when we first saw the CC drop, just coming across the Red River into Devol. It's still up in here. It's broadened and weakened a little bit, so it is on the downtrend, but it could still be on the ground. Still some CC drop showing up in here, and there it is showing up in here. So we're still watching the observed tornado. This is lifting up towards Cookie Town. Let's see here if I can get a camera on this. In Oklahoma. This is our closest camera. It's looking south at Lawton and I-44. That's Lawton, Oklahoma, up in here. So we're looking south, a little bit of rain on the camera. That dark cloud deck is this thing coming up towards Lawton. We'll kind of readjust when the storm gets a little closer, but looking south towards that tornadic circulation. So this is broadening quite a bit. It's starting to cut off this circulation like I mentioned. It's really starting to get outflow dominant, and this thing is basically oncluding into the storm. Likely see this thing lift here if it hasn't already. But really start needing to watch this area out here where we have the outflow is now quickly catching up and surging out with inflow trying to come in. So this is developing a new convergence zone. Along that new convergence zone, we can easily start to get a new circulation. So we may start seeing a handoff here as this lifts up this way, this old circulation, we might see this new circulation start to take over. That would be a long 44, also coming up generally towards the Cookie Town. This situation is why you need to be in a tornado safe space. Regardless of where you are here, this is why there's a wide warning. Because this pen has a mind of its own sometimes. There's a wide warning for a reason. Walters, Temple, DeVol, because we've seen this circulation, it's going to lift like this. You need to start watching for new circulation developing here, and then that would take over as the new circulation and lift further east and north. So that's why there's this wide tornado warning, because this is a pretty damaging cell right now. So we've already had a tornado. This is going back to radar indicated, so I would agree with that. Walters, Randalet, and Cookie Town. As far as the areas just to the west of Temple, Randalet, the severe tornadic part of the storm is past you guys, but still be in your safe space another 5 minutes or 10 minutes. And then also we have quite a bit of wind and probably some embedded hail in here pushing towards Burke-Burnett. The Iowa Park area, definitely seeing a hail core come in here. And that area has had some rotation at points. It's not showing particularly well right now, but that could change. That storm that's north of Rotan has picked up a severe thunderstorm warning. I mentioned that earlier. Has some pretty big hail near Aspermont. And still raining back here towards Rochester, Rule, Knox City, Monday, Seymour, Lake Kemp, all the way up through Electra and Iowa Park. This area has a ton of heavy rain, so there's definitely a flash flood warning in effect right there. All right, let's see. Only one tornado warned, and it's gone back to radar indicated. So we're going to take a quick break here. I'm going to go grab just a quick bite to eat. It's now 7 o'clock Eastern time, or sorry, Central time. I'm going to keep the stream on, though. Let me go grab a quick bite here, and I'll keep the stream on, and we'll come back here with the tornado warnings and the ongoing tornado and severe weather outbreak here in Oklahoma and the Plains. Okay, we're back here. Let me just check the stream and make sure we're back. Okay, so we're back. Sorry, I had to get a quick bite and reload the water, but let's just go north to south here. We're going to go all the way here from the Fond du Lac down to Sheboygan, Wisconsin area, and take a look at our severe thunderstorm watch right now. Scattered large hail and damaging winds in these two storms. One is north of Madison and Sun Prairie right now, and one is south here towards the Monticello area. That's generally kind of lifting towards Milwaukee, so we'll see if that holds together. Another cell that's developing west and north of Madison would require severe thunderstorm warning if that cell picks up. Cells here have been progressing in northern Michigan. That cell in particular, south of Traverse City, is worthy of a severe thunderstorm warning. If that continues to pick up, that would be for large hail and gusty winds. There's also a pretty strong cell over Lake Michigan now, off the shore of Sheboygan, Wisconsin, and that, if that holds together, would be coming onshore near Manistee, Michigan. Otherwise, in Iowa, we have severe storms basically along and south of I-80 right now in Iowa City, coming in towards Washington, Fairfield, Ottumwa, Bloomfield, and points east, particularly there around Bloomfield, maybe some hail in that part of the storm. This has mostly been a damaging wind threat, 70-mile-an-hour winds, and some hail has been possible. There has not been a lot of rotation in this part of the country at the moment, so not a lot of tornado threats, at least in the short term, for the severe storms in Iowa. Further down, I called it a little bit ago, this area here, Trenton up to Unionville and even back towards Maryville, has had a lot of rain, so there is a new flash flood warning for this area around Unionville and Trenton and Green City in Missouri. South of there, near Marceline and Kirksville, you have severe thunderstorms, hail, and gusty winds are the main threat there. And then storms have been organizing a little bit in the Kansas City area. We do have severe warned storms still south and east of Kansas City. Grain Valley, Belton down to Harrisonville. Basically Kansas City east. Also along I-70 there. Independence, Missouri, Blue Springs, Lee's Summit, Raymore, Belton, down towards Harrisonville and Garden City. Primary damaging wind threat there. Not seeing any big rotation points there, so looking good right now for the KC area. Still watching those storms, severe warned in southeast Kansas. One still has tornado possible, 70-mile-an-hour winds. That is this storm coming up here towards Blue Mound and Mound City and Pleasanton. That is headed towards the Route 69 corridor between Prescott and Pleasanton. Watching that rotation, if that picks up, that could warrant a tornado warning and be headed towards Pleasanton and Amoret on the Missouri-Kansas line. Strong winds from Humboldt down to Chanute, down to Independence. That area has had rotation at times. Still some broad rotation there. Tornado possible tag, Independence, Kansas. New tornado warning. It was that storm that we were watching a while back that it looked like it had that look to it. It didn't have a lot of rotation. Yeah, I spotted it way back here where it didn't have a lot of rotation, but we were going to watch it. And it looks like the Weather Service has done the same. That's now come up, and it definitely has matured. We called you guys earlier, Marland and Red Rock. If that matured, you guys would be in the warning, and look at that. Red Rock, Marland, Old Bliss, White Eagle, up towards Ponca City, McCord, and McFadden Cove. You guys are all in a new tornado warning. You have developing circulation here near Marland. Yeah, and that's looking a lot healthier than it did earlier. Hail core up here That's likely headed towards the Ponca City area. Let's just look at this track a little bit closer here. Okay, so yeah, it is headed north-northeast. Also has close to 2-inch hail, golf ball size hail in this for Ponca City, Marland, southwestern Call Lake, and Crez, and northeast at 40. So let's take a look at this here. I'm going to bring it out like this at 40 chord. Okay, yeah, Caw City and McCord, or Ponca City and McCord are side by side. So about 20 minutes to Ponca City and McCord. Let's check this storm again. Yeah, still showing a little bit weaker rotation, but it's there. Yeah, that's clear air at the moment. So not seeing a CC drop at the moment here with this storm. But if that rotation intensifies just a little bit, we could have a tornado pretty quickly coming up towards Marland, Ponca City, McCord here in north central Oklahoma. Still not much going on here in Oklahoma City. We do have those storms that have exploded along the dry line. They are now severe warning south of Woodward. Not seeing rotation yet with those. So that's a hail and damaging wind threat out towards Woodward. And then skipping down here, we have hail storms in the areas north of Abilene, Haskell, Rochester, Seymour. Flooding and hail is the primary threat here along the 82 corridor. These storms have been training over each other and just back building on each other. We've seen a couple tornadoes in this area. Not seeing a lot of, well, this one here has a bit more rotation. Let's check the reflectivity. This one is one to watch near Aspermont, Texas, with large hail and a little bit of rotation. A little bit of rotation near this Rochester storm too, so we got to watch those. But more concerning right now, I'm watching the tornado possible tag for the storm in Iowa Park up to Burke Burnett, Texas. Still broad rotation showing up. It's now crossing the Wichita Falls area here, now north side of Wichita Falls. That storm has tried to get some circulation going. We'll see if it does. Hail coming up right into the Burke Burnett area, so hail and wind are a big threat right along the Red River. And then we're watching our tornadic storm. It's broadened out, right? It hasn't tightened up a new circulation yet, but still watching if it can tighten up this inflow. It still has a pretty good notch in here. If it can tighten up that inflow, we'll see if it can recycle. Don't think there's a tornado on the ground at the moment. We may have to watch out for a bit of a damaging wind threat along this cluster of storms here, coming towards Walters, Duncan, Temple, Byers, Petrolia, and Wichita Falls. You can see they've extended now a severe thunderstorm warning out towards Duncan, Wichita Falls, and Burke Burnett. Have had one for a little while, but we may start to see a damaging wind threat come through with these storms. Let me check and see what the National Weather Service is saying right now. See what the latest from the Storm Prediction Center is here. So we're going to extend our tornado warning. This is headed generally up now east of Lawton. Our camera there, you can see it on the corner of the screen. That is in Lawton looking south. So we can see the darker storm clouds. I don't know if we're going to get much out of this camera, but at least we can see kind of the overall atmospheric conditions from this area. This is a radar indicated rotation for a storm over Walters, moving northeast at 50. Not seeing it that well, but there's the rotation here near Walters. It's not as good as it looked earlier when it had the tornado, but this would be coming up Walters toward Marlow, Oklahoma, Geronimo, Temple, Duncan, and Marlow. Points in between those. Empire City, Comanche, Holland, Gas City, and Oil City, Latitia, Bethel, Nellie, and Central High. Those are all in this new tornado warning here for a storm capable of producing a tornado right near I-44 and Walters here, moving northeast, and I think that was at 50 miles an hour. Let's double check that. Yeah, 50 miles an hour. That also has ping pong ball sized hail. So moving up at 50, I'm going to take it from the area of circulation. You're going to get hail and wind before these times, but that is about 15 minutes to Holland, 20 minutes about to Oil City, and then if that circulation holds together, 30 minutes to Duncan. Duncan and Marlow. So dangerous storm. It's already produced a tornado once here as it came across the Red River by Devol. So we've already seen this produce a tornado. And then I'm still watching this storm here now near Cashin community. This is just east of I-44 and Burke Burnett. It's come through the Wichita Falls area with some large hail and gusty winds. Still has a tornado possible tag. If that can get some organization, you might see a tornado come out of this storm. Luckily, it's pushing east of the Cashin community, so this is right along the Red River. Thornberry, Charlie, Texas, Thornberry up to maybe Taylor and Hooper on the Oklahoma side. If this does intensify and warrants a tornado warning, it could be up towards Temple, Hastings, Addington, and maybe Waurika. Well, again, have to see. It's still just a severe thunderstorm capable of a tornado possible. Ooh, there's some lightning on the cam in Lawton. But yeah, I'll have to watch this area right around Cashin community and the Red River, just points east of Cashin. This is going to ride, luckily, in an area that doesn't have many people right now, right along the Red River. So a low population area, but if that tightens up a little bit, and it's trying to, I think on the last couple scans, it's been a little bit tighter than it was earlier. So large hail, likely back here towards Burke Burnett and Randlet. That's also along I-44. And some larger hail also towards Geronimo, Holland, and the Walters area more immediately. Still seeing that circulation right over the Walters area. We'll see if it can tighten up. That would be coming up towards, especially those areas here, Holland, Oil City, Gas City, Duncan, and Marlow, Bethel, Central High, Latitia, Nellie. Geronimo, it's probably going to slide just to your south and east. But let's take it seriously here. It is starting to pick up that organization again. It's starting to look like it did before it produced the tornado down near the Red River. It's got to clear its inflow a little more. But it's definitely starting to pick up that rotation here over the Walters area. And you can see here there's a little bit of a weaker region. If it clears this inflow a little more, and that can aid this development here right in the Walters area. Let's jump up right now. We have 3 tornado warnings. We have a new tornado warning in Kansas. This is for that storm I mentioned near Mound City and Pleasanton. This storm definitely was picking up rotation. Yeah, up between Blue Mound and Mound City. Still here a bit broad for rotation, but it's a radar indicated storm. This is going to be coming up Pleasanton, Farlandville, Boycourt, Trading Post, Lasinge, hopefully saying that name even close to how it should be, Lynn Valley, and Cadmus, all in this tornado warning. Watching the storm here just north of Mound City. This is coming up towards Lynn Valley in general. So if you're in this whole area, Pleasanton, Mound City, up towards Lynn Valley, and along US 69, you need to take this storm seriously, be in your tornado safe space. That could easily spin back up. This storm is starting to do what I said the storm down in Oklahoma can start doing. If it starts to clear out its inflow, we can start to see that tornadic circulation get more uncontaminated airflow, and that would help that. Less storms here. They've gone below severe limits. Nice to see near the Kirksville area. Still a bunch of severe thunderstorms for damaging winds for the most part now coming through Kelowna, coming into Iowa City, Washington, Brighton, Fairfield. A little bit of some rotation maybe in this storm near Eldon. We have to watch that storm. That's now east of Bloomfield, but yeah, that's got a bigger hail core in it too. Otherwise, more severe thunderstorms up here in Wisconsin right now. They're all pretty much hail and gusty winds. One near Baraboo, one here between Janesville and Monroe, one up here towards Columbus and Beaver Dam. This whole area has some hail cores in it. And also watching that kind of continue into northwest Michigan. There's a few areas here that have some larger hail showing up. So we really need to watch those for large hail later today. And then I want to go back to our Ponca City storm. This is still coming up here near Marland. Hail core coming into Ponca City here in just another minute or two. So really get into your safe space here. Lowest level interior room. If you have a basement or storm shelter, that's even better. You're going to get at least a wind-driven hail threat. And then looks like the rotation signature is just here between Ponca City and White Eagle. So please be in a tornado safe space. This is coming up towards Ponca City and McCord, McFadden Cove. This is along 177 south of Ponca City. So this is right here also where US 60, US 77, and US 177 all meet up. That's south sides of Ponca City and north of White Eagle. You can see that reflectivity might be just a little bit behind. But there's your rotation. It's lifting up north and east. The rotation looks like it might pass just the south and east sides of Ponca City, but we still want to be in our safe space here, up towards Caw City, Kildare, And then it's going to extend out a severe thunderstorm warning towards Burbank, Oklahoma. This is also has 1.2. Yeah, I thought it was 1.5, but 1.25 inch hail. That's half dollar sized, and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, lowest level into your room for a tornado possible there. Right between McCord and White Eagle and Ponca City here along US 177. Let's just check the CC on this. Not seeing anything here, so that's a good sign. The reflectivity is likely just a step behind, but it's this little stinger here that's moved up into this area. So Ponca City being your safe space here, especially for the large hail that's coming down right now. Double checking our storm here near Mound City. Still kind of broad rotation, but still watching that area lifting up towards Lynn Valley. And then gusty winds south of that. All down this line there's been gusty winds. Tornado possible still in that Independence area. And actually that area I just mentioned is going to get a tornado warning. Independence over towards Sycamore and Cherryvale. You can see the circulation here. We're a little far from the radar site, but Independence right along 75. This is moving north and east towards 400. Yeah, located near Independence, moving northeast at 40. So Cherryvale up to the areas around Moorhead in Kansas need to be into your tornado safe space. You can see that rotation here around Independence. This is Independence, Kansas. It's moving up towards Moorhead and Cherryvale. And taking a look at the reflectivity of it. Yeah, it's got some good hail in it too. Wow. That is a good size hail core showing up here in the purple. Yeah, that's showing up pretty strong here with the hail core up towards Sycamore and Neodesha. And your tornadic situation is sitting down here near Independence right now. This is quickly coming up towards Moorhead. At 40. Puts it in Cherryvale in about 10 minutes or less. Brooks and Moorhead in about 15 to 20 minutes. Okay, looking at this storm here, we have had the rotation pick up near Charlie and Thornberry in Texas. So this area has now had a tornado warning. This is coming up towards Hastings and Byers. Byers in Texas, Hastings in Oklahoma. This is right along the Red River. I'm gonna double check my audio. See, it seems like it's cutting out a little bit, but it looks like it's good on my end. Let me know if it's not showing up on your end. Is that better? Okay. I think that's better. Let me just double check with the audio. I think we're going to take a quick break and reset the stream and just double check the audio here.